Government orders, Government bills, Commons. Reprise du débat en troisième lecture.
Resuming debate at the third reading of Bill C7, an act to amend the Aeronautics Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, and on Mr. Mass's amendment.
Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, in response to the Thursday question, the government House Leader said that next week we'll be honoring our Veterans Week, as he said, allowing members to be in their ridings during this important time. And that's a quote from him. Apparently, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Finance, or the Office of the Minister of Finance, did not receive a memo in relation to that, because in response to an ongoing request we've had for few weeks now, several weeks, for a briefing on the supposed purported side deal in the Atlantic Accord with Nova Scotia, yesterday afternoon, members received an invitation from the Finance Minister's office inviting us to come to Ottawa to be here on Monday for a briefing. Now, we all know that it would have been quite possible for the Finance Department to offer a briefing when the House was in session. And if all members were to avail themselves of this briefing, you can imagine the cost of all members traveling back to Ottawa during a recess week in order to attend this briefing. To make matters worse, Mr. Speaker, this is a week, as the Honourable House Leader has said, when we should be in our ridings during this important time honouring our veterans. And I was very sad to learn this morning of the passing of a dear friend and Canadian veteran, Cecil Nickerson, a great person who lived in Middle Sackville, and who I represented for some time. And his funeral is on Monday. So I would like to hear from the government that they would reschedule this briefing, not only to save taxpayers' dollars. Surely the Minister of Finance would want to do that, one would hope, in view of the vast expenses could entail, and also so that members could be in their ridings as suggested by the House Leader for the government.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge on the same point of order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that's a point of order that needs to be addressed in the chamber. I believe it's something that should be taken up with the members involved with the Finance Department. I don't think it's a government response. It's one of the ministers that schedule a meeting, and we all have conflicts at different times in our schedules, as we know, and so I think that would be something that should be handled between the members involved and the minister's office.
Agreed.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the very reasons that have been mentioned by my friend from Halifax, I wonder if someone on behalf of the government would undertake today, before the House adjourns, to raise this matter with the powers that be within the government, whoever they may be, to ensure that a satisfactory answer is given. I think the member who has raised this point from Halifax has raised it in a very sincere and honourable way, and I would hope the government would respond accordingly.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Sherwood Park.
What I would like to know, Mr. Speaker, is whether all honourable members would be satisfied with having a delay of over a week for that briefing. Would that be acceptable? And should it then be in the following week?
Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, well, first of all, we have been asking for this for some time now. It's been quite a few weeks now, over a month, I guess, since the announcement of the side deal, so-called, and I would have thought that the Finance Department of the Minister's office certainly could have arranged this during the past few weeks when the House was sitting. Now, in view of the fact that they didn't, we've waited this long, I'd be prepared to wait until the House is sitting again, because it would certainly save the taxpayers money, and members could be in their ridings, as the House Leader of the government has suggested they should be honouring veterans next week.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I respect the instances that you have been caught in, and my condolences to the family. Certainly, if the honourable member would wish a separate briefing, I will speak to the department and we'll see if we can't arrange that. It's unfortunate that the briefing happened at this time. As all members are aware, there was a lot of effort put into making sure that our economic statement was complete and ready to present to this House, even though we weren't able to present it in this House. That was probably part of the issue, but the department is doing its best to make sure that arrangements have been made for all honourable members, that are involved in this or interested in this have an appropriate briefing, and if the honourable member wishes to speak to me later today, we'll see if we can arrange that. Thank you.
I think we'll leave it at that. It's not necessarily strictly a point of order, but I felt that it was important to have the issue aired, and hopefully there can be some discussions either between the Ministry of Finance and the particular member, or some further negotiations. But I think at this point we'll go to orders of the day, back to orders of the day, and when the House adjourned, the honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan had 8 minutes left on debate. I don't see the honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Island North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to acknowledge the work done by my colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster on this file. His work, his advocacy in opposing this act and this bill is, I think, something that needs to be considered because of the people that have come to him and have approached our NDP caucus to tell us about their stories about why it's important to make sure that the airline industry is safe, that the workers are kept safe, that the traveling public has can travel with certainty about their safety. And I just want to tell a story this morning, Mr. Speaker, about my riding in Vancouver Island North, where we don't have the ability to get from one town to another without sometimes the use of airplanes or water taxis. We have a lot of remote areas, a lot of places where First Nations live up and down the coast that are only accessible by air or water. There are no roads into these communities, and so we rely heavily on small airlines to transport us around. And I've had the opportunity on many occasions traveling in the riding, and before I was an elected member, traveling on the small airlines because my family lived in one of those remote communities for a time. And I appreciated very much the fact that the pilots got us there safely. But sometimes it was not a fun experience. There's been, nasty weather. You have to travel in the winter. I mean, it's not all glorious out there, as I've, tried to let people know in the past. But just this past year, in the spring, I was traveling up to one of our small communities in one of our small airlines, and the plane had to stop at many little places and pick up passengers coming in and out of the small logging camps. And you have your little earphones on so you can hear each other talk, and you're talking into your little microphone. And I heard the pilot say, can you guys keep your eyes open? There's heli logging in this area. And, if one of those planes or one of those helicopters comes out of the clouds with a log, and we were flying fairly low, Mr. Speaker, we need to get out of the way quick. And it's like, oh, that's a little disconcerting to think that we have to, be the eyes and ears for this pilot in his small plane, and he's wiping his window off with a cloth because his air system isn't working properly, and and the doors on the plane, you can see little cracks through them, so that they don't close properly. And so there's just little things that sort of make you a little concerned for your safety. But we get in those planes and we travel and we trust those pilots, and they do a great job for us. And I really want to acknowledge that, Mr. Speaker, that they are the ones that are responsible for maintaining and upkeeping their aircrafts, because most of them are owner-operators. But, Mr. Speaker, it's concerning that this bill that would take away government oversight and put the responsibility into the hands of an industry that is there as a corporation that, profit is the bottom line for them. Their shareholders expect to see a return on their investment into the corporation. So, quite often we see these companies cut corners to make ends meet, or to make sure that they get a return on their investment. And that doesn't help the traveling public, Mr. Speaker. It it makes us a little more uncomfortable when we have to get into these airplanes. So I would hope that the story that I'm going to tell you about an incident that happened in my riding a few years ago will help people understand the importance of safety for the traveling public. But before I get to that, I just also want to say that I know probably at least half, maybe more, of the members of this House don't live in Ottawa. They live outside. I mean, don't even live in Ontario, where you're able to drive to Ottawa. But we have to take airplanes weekly or sometimes daily in the cases of some people that have to get back and forth. Ministers are always traveling to somewhere or another. So it's we're always traveling on our airlines, and we want to make sure that we're safe. And we also want to make sure that the workers, these people, that's their job to make sure we're safe, that they're safe as well. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's for them that we are speaking about this issue and raising the concerns as well. As my colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster, also mentioned, we've seen what has happened in the with rail safety in this country, and we've seen more and more derailments, and the industry is basically inspecting and regulating themselves, and it hasn't done our environment any good. We've seen spills of huge proportions. The devastation of the Cheakamus River in British Columbia on the coast it will have repercussions for years to come on the ability to fish in that river. First Nations are very concerned about their ability to harvest any of the fish that they would have had from that river. The communities that are along that, they have to worry about their water supply. So many things that happen because of a train wreck, and yet we see them able to get away with it, basically. They're still traveling, it's still happening, and nothing's been done. So, Mr. Speaker, back to my writing and the story that I want to tell about Kirsten Stevens, who is a young woman from Campbell River. Her husband was worked in the forest industry. They traveled. That's another reason that we use these small planes, as I mentioned earlier. Loggers and people that work in the bush take these planes to get out to their camps. And the plane filled up with the workers, took off one morning, and it crashed into the ocean just off one of our small islands. And, Mr. Speaker, it took a couple of years for Ms. Stevens to find out to get the plane recovered from the ocean, and she's been working diligently trying to get answers as to why this plane went down. There was questions of pilot error or malfunction of the engine, and from what everyone concluded, they couldn't do an inspection because they didn't have the wreckage up from the bottom, and it took a long time for the wreckage to be brought up, and it only got brought up because the families of the people who were killed in that accident, in that terrible accident that left a woman without her husband, children without their father, other people, one of whom I knew the family fairly well, lost their son. It was a devastating accident that touched a lot of families and a lot of lives. But, there was stalling and finger pointing from all sides of the government and from the Transportation Safety Board, and it took several years for them to bring up that engine and to be able to do an investigation onto really what happened. And I find that quite sad, Mr. Speaker, for those families who needed some closure into the death of their loved ones, and also because that they had to work so hard. I mean, and they were in the grieving process, and they're out there trying to get answers, and nothing was forthcoming. And Mr. Speaker, it just points to I hate to say a lack of caring, but I mean that's how these people feel. when they are ignored or, you know, they're let down. And, you know, there's lots of back and forth, but it's just sad, Mr. Speaker, and I really have to commend Ms. Stevens for her diligence and for not letting this go under the stress that she was under. And so it's in a lot of ways for her that we also want to make sure this bill is opposed. She's written to me on several occasions, and one of the things that she wrote with regards to getting some answers, she states that the standards, regulations, and oversight are very different between these classifications, meaning air taxi and airline. And when you add to that the lack of union, professional association, lobby group, or any form of real health and safety protection for the air taxi worker, the situation is quite frightening. And by frightening, Mr. Speaker, I know exactly what she means. You know, we have small planes go down in the riding in the various areas at least once a year. Quite often those planes are recovered. The people are you know, maybe injured or not seriously hurt, and they can go back to work. But every once in a while we have the devastation that happened with Ms. Stevens' husband and the others from that crash. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that you know, my colleague from Burnaby New Westminster and others who have spoken on this this bill C7 are quite right in being concerned and raising those concerns. I know we went through this back in the spring, and here we are again in September, or sorry, in November. The weather's so great outside, I thought it was September today. Here we are again raising the same concerns, and so I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, that the government is listening, that they will do the right thing and you know, make sure that the industry is kept safe. The traveling public needs to know. We all need to know, and you know, we are using airplanes more and more. Smaller airlines, you know, are popping up all over the place. We need to make sure that those airlines are strictly regulated, that there is oversight, that there is, you know, investigations when there are any signs of something going wrong. And you know, we don't want to see another JetSco fiasco in this country, that an airline that was you know, had a multitude of problems over several years and yet was deemed to be safe. And you know, we all know what happened with that. And so, Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that the traveling public is safe, can travel with certainty, that they don't have to worry every time they get on an airplane. And we also don't want to make, you know, we don't want to have another instance such as Ms. Stevens had to endure. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you know, my colleague again for raising these concerns, and so that we have an opportunity to speak to this motion or this legislation. And I mean, I could go on, I guess, for another half an hour and talk about the small airplanes and the commuters in my riding, but suffice it to say that you know, the workers that travel on them, the communities that rely on them need to know that they're reliable and safe for the future. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague on addressing the issues around the variation in the aviation industry across the country. This is not one of the good things that we have in Canada is a consistent policy on aviation that covers the country, and mechanics and service technicians, whether they're in one part of the country or the other, are used to a system that is reliable, that is straightforward, and it is transferable across the country. in many of our northern and remote locations, we rely on technicians and mechanics. They're not in a team. They're not a group like Air Canada which has thousands of employees. They're single mechanics. They're people that sometimes actually have to fly the planes as well. They're people that are versatile. They're expected to do so much with very limited support, very limited access to spare parts, very limited access to all the things that make a successful aviation industry. So what are we doing with this bill? We're destroying the conformity of the aviation industry across this country. And to my colleague, I'd like to ask her the question. You know, when this mechanic in one of these isolated communities where he's trying to fix a plane needs to understand the system, do you think that he'll be better served by having the safety system distributed across the country without any central control, without the level of central control that we have brought to the system over many, many years?
Vancouver Island North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for Western Arctic for that very well put question. And he raises a lot of points in that question. He talked about mechanics and technicians, and that is something that we're also losing in this country is the opportunity for trades training. In my province of British Columbia, of course, we had a program called the Industry Training and Apprenticeship Commission that was cut several years ago, which helped people get certified mechanics, technicians, all kinds of trades that are now disappearing, and we are seeing a shortage of skilled workers in this country. And it's something that the NDP has called for many, many times is the input of dollars into trades training in this country. And we also want to make sure that there's a standard practices across this country, so that if you work in one province or another, you have that level of training that allows you to use those skills in every province. Mr. Speaker, some of the people that work on these small airplanes, like I said, the owner-operators, and they may not be able to afford mechanics, and they're doing a lot of the work themselves. And I'm trusting that they're well trained and that they have the ability to fix what is necessary. But I would hate to think that there are people out there that are putting things together with baling wire and chewing gum. And Mr. Speaker, it's imperative that we have qualified technicians, mechanics, and other tradespeople working on aircraft so that we can be assured that they are safe.
Your questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleagues in the House for talking about what is so important, what is so essential about this bill that we're looking at today. I want to start by talking a little bit about my community, London Fanshawe. There is a wonderful airport in London Fanshawe, the London International Airport. Now, it's certainly not as grand as Pearson or the airport in Vancouver, but it's a remarkable little airport in as much as it has an impeccable safety record. And the people who work there take great pride in keeping the public safe and in doing their job in an exemplary way. They have remarkable community relationships and have made it very clear that safety is first and foremost when it comes to London. Now, we've heard about the experiences of my colleague in regard to the tragedies that have ensued the people of her community. And we certainly, most certainly, don't want these kinds of tragedies to proliferate across the country. And that's why the New Democratic Party is opposing this bill. That's why our critic, Peter Mr. Julian, I'm sorry, member from. We need to take a careful look at this bill. We need to consider very carefully before we proceed. Now, according to my colleague from Vancouver, the bill is seriously flawed and still needs amendment. And among those flaws have to do with the new safety management systems, the immunity from prosecutions for airlines that violate safety rules under certain conditions, the heightened secrecy and less access to information on the safety performance of airlines, and the fact that this information is out of the reach of the Access to Information Act. Now, that should send chills down the spine of everyone who has ever boarded an aircraft in this country or who is contemplating boarding an aircraft in this country. We cannot get the access we need to the information that we need to know that we are indeed safe. Now, the irony of this, Mr. Speaker, is, of course, that we now have a government that is so determined to cuddle up to George Bush that they're willing to allow no-fly lists. And they're willing to allow the Americans to have access to information about passengers who are Canadians boarding Canadian aircraft. But they're not willing to look at the planes themselves. They're not willing to say to the companies, you have to make sure that the mechanics of this plane are absolutely safe. You have to make sure that the nuts and bolts and the things that truly reflect safety are in place. So as I said, Mr. Speaker, we do oppose this bill. We've been remarkably fortunate in Canada, but the time is coming, if we allow this bill to go forward, when we won't feel nearly so safe and we won't be nearly so fortunate. Basically, and I wanted to give you a little sense of the background here, Bill C-6 constitutes what my colleague calls a revolution in how aviation safety will be addressed in Canada for years to come. Not just right now, not just in the next few months, but for years to come. It enshrines aviation safety management systems, SMS, as part of Transport Canada's agenda to implement SMS in all modes of transportation, sometimes with disastrous effects, as in the case with the rail safety management. And we know, Mr. Speaker, about the numerous derailments since the privatization of rail safety. We hear about them in the news constantly, and we know that the effect is not just a human effect, but an environmental effect. Trains going into the river, trains derailing, and the cost in terms of the environment and the cost in terms of human life is simply not acceptable. So we've got experience with the privatization of rail safety, but apparently that's not enough. We can't seem to learn from that. We now need to take the next step and risk the safety in the air. And of course, Mr. Speaker, as difficult, as frightening, as dangerous as a train wreck is, it's on the ground, Mr. Speaker. It gets a whole lot scarier at 30,000 feet. As I was saying, the SMS is also designed to help Transport Canada deal with declining resources and high levels of projected inspector retirements. Now, I find it interesting here that apparently we need at least 100 additional inspectors to ensure the safety of our airlines. Now, I guess the Conservative government can't be held solely responsible here. I mean, it's very clear that they've only arrived in the last 18 months, and this loss of capacity in terms of safety inspectors goes back a number of years. What on earth was going on with the previous government that they allowed this kind of decline in the people who keep us safe, in the inspectors who know the job that must be done in order to keep the traveling public safe? I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that it has a whole lot to do with cutting the service sector of Canada and crippling those who provide services to Canadians. and underscoring the fact that apparently the Liberals weren't concerned about the kind of services that Canadians receive, including safety in our railways, safety in our airlines. So we need these inspectors, and nobody seems to be prepared to make sure that they're there. If they're there, then we don't have to rely on the industry itself being the arbiter in terms of what is safe, what is acceptable. Now, a little history on this bill. Originally, it was a Liberal bill authorized by the former Transport Minister, Jean-Pierre, and apparently, Mr. Speaker, after a 45-minute staff briefing, the Conservatives and the Liberals were initially willing to let Bill C-6 pass without further amendment. But of course, that raised a lot of alarm bells. There was a growing chorus of concern and opposition to various aspects of Bill C-6 from a wide range of witnesses who appeared before the Standing Committee over a series of many months. These critics, and this is, I think, significant, included Justice Virgil Mashansky of the Dryden Crash Inquiry, two Transport Canada inspectors, unions, CFPA and UCTE, the Canada Safety Council, some smaller air operators, Ken Rubin, access to information expert, the Teamsters and CUPE, representing flight attendants, as well as the IMAW. The criticism from these witnesses focused on the unprecedented and unacceptable decline in regulatory oversight by Transport Canada and the greater ability for the industry to set and enforce its own safety standards out of public sight and scrutiny, away from the critical eyes of our community. And that, Mr. Speaker, I think is at the center of all of this. The airlines get to determine what is safe and what is not safe. It's kind of like bean counting. And I'm sure that you've heard about this, Mr. Speaker. A corporation assesses how much it will cost in order to meet certain safety regulations compared to the lawsuits that would ensue as a result of accidents. And if they deem that it would be less expensive to simply allow the accidents to face the lawsuits compared to the maintenance and the safety, well, they opt for the bean counting. They opt for allowing the suits to go forward. And, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that in a country where we pride ourselves on the restrictions, the controls, the oversights that keep our people safe, this is simply not acceptable. So, in the face of this widespread opposition, the government was forced to make some amendments. In other cases, the three opposition parties united to force these amendments on the government. So we saw a number of amendments in the detailed clause by clause. The new legislation required the minister to maintain a program for the oversight and surveillance of aviation safety in order to achieve the highest level of safety. And a new legislative obligation for the minister to require that aeronautical activities be performed at all times in a manner that meet the highest safety and security standards. And many more. An amendment added to ensure that the Canada Labour Code prevails over the Aeronautics Act in the event of a possible conflict. An amendment was added ensuring employees and their bargaining agents are included in the development and implementation of SMS, something that's certainly not happening today. So the government was compelled, after extended debate, to introduce these, and also a form of whistleblower protection for employees who report to Transport Canada that their employer is violating the law. There was a new definition of safety management system put into the legislation, emphasizing a reduction of risk to the lowest possible level, rather than just accepting or tolerating these risks, to ensure that the industry doesn't accept ever higher levels of risk in their day-to-day operations. The government then tried to kill this bill in committee. They wanted none of it. And if you look back at these amendments, they make perfect sense, Mr. Speaker. And yet the government was quite willing to kill this bill, to get rid of these amendments, instead of the concern that they should have for the people of our community. I think, Mr. Speaker, that I'm going to close there, and I look forward to questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Speaker, and I want to thank the member from London Fanshawe for dealing with the concerns that we have with this bill in such a comprehensive way. And I know that she too, like other members of our caucus, want to thank our former transport critic, the member from Burnaby New Westminster, for the tremendous amount of work that he's done on this bill, and really, I think, bringing to public exposure the flaws and the concerns that we have on this bill. And I thank the member today for reiterating and emphasizing some very key points that I think need to be brought forward in this debate, and to emphasize why it is that we in the NDP moved this motion for this bill to go back to the committee, because we believe that it requires a further examination by the committee, a further examination by witnesses who have concerns about this bill. And, Mr. Speaker, one element of the bill, just one element that I just want to question the member from London Fanshawe on, is that one of the concerns that we have in this bill is what's called a fatigue risk management system. And I think this is a very big issue, because we know in the airline industry it's basically a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week, 365-day-a-year operation. Obviously, there are collective agreements in place, but the protection of workers from fatigue, measures that need to be prescribed very clearly to ensure that there isn't overtime, overwork in terms of people getting into a position of fatigue, is something that's very important, and I think the travelling public would agree with that. What we learn in this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that this new fatigue risk management system is actually something that's going to move us away from the Canada Labour Code dealing with employment standards, which is Part 3 of the Labour Code, and Part 2, which deals with occupational health and safety. Now, Mr. Speaker, as people who work in the airline industry, they would be clearly covered by the Canada Labour Code. That's why the code exists for federally regulated employees. But through this bill, we're going to see a departure from that, and we're going to see a special little system supposedly designed for workers in the aeronautics industry. And I wonder if the member would comment generally on this concern that we have about moving away from the Canada Labour Code and setting up sort of a little boutique kind of proposal that will cover only this sector of workers. To me, that's something that we should be very concerned about, because we're all worried about, the amount of overtime that people have to do now in this country. People are working way too many hours, and particularly in the airline industry, this would be a concern, where issues of public safety, of course, are so prevalent. I wonder if the member would like to comment on that.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a very comprehensive question. And I think that the best answer to that is to look at what's happened in this country in the recent past. And I go back to those accidents regarding rail freight and the impact that those accidents had on not just the environment, the economy, but on workers. And it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that fatigue was an element in those accidents. And just within the past few months, we saw workers, rail workers, go out on strike trying desperately to get the attention of their government to say working conditions are not right. We are ripe for a series of accidents, and we're very concerned about ourselves, our families, the traveling public, and safety among rail workers. And the response of this government was to write back-to-work legislation. The response of this government was to dismiss the concerns of those very responsible workers and say, it doesn't matter, your concerns don't matter, go back to work. We've had complaints from people who matter far more to us than the traveling public and the workers who actually make sure that the freight and the economy continues to move. When you start to apply this to airline workers, that fear is compounded. And I know that there have in the past been very, very clear rules in regard to the number of hours that a crew could work. And if they're tired, if they're excluded from the Canada Labour Code, then it behooves their bosses, I believe, to try to force more time upon them, because we know that if you have fewer employees working more overtime, that the overall cost to the employer is less. And we simply can't allow that. We know that on our highways, truckers who are exhausted are creating a level of danger for the public. So I would say very clearly that this new regime, this fatigue risk management system, is simply, quite simply unacceptable. And we must have the Canada Labour Code in place to ensure that crews are safe, that passengers are safe, that our airways are safe.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so delighted to listen to the voices of those who haven't studied the bill. And so I'm wondering whether the NDP position is now one that says, because the government has followed through to bringing a bill before the committee and to give us, committee members, an opportunity to shape the bill, because that's what you do in a minority parliament. You actually shape the bill. So I'm wondering whether the NDP, on one hand, when it says they want to applaud the work of their colleague on the committee, the tremendous work that we've done, and highlight the improvements that have been brought forward, improvements that have been debated, discussed, voted upon, and brought forward, and now are the real bill. If they do that on one hand, why they would on the other hand say, well now, you know what, even though we've done all of this, let's vote against ourselves. Now, what is it about NDP logic that says that every time you take a step forward, you must take two back so that you can complain about the fact that somebody's moving forward? I find it just absolutely fascinating that the House Leader for the NDP would go and repeat things that are totally untrue. Absolutely, totally untrue. Does she expect, in asking her colleague who has never attended one of those meetings, that if she repeats something that is clearly untrue, that the general public will then believe it to be something that it is not? Is this part of the NDP approach to engaging debate for the next election? And that is to send out messages that have nothing to do with reality. And the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that we have an aviation industry and an industry that involves many owner-operated flights, small companies, all of them concerned with aviation safety. It's part of the business. You don't expand the exercise by ensuring that everybody suffers an incident or an accident, and they don't seem to grasp that. They also don't seem to grasp that all the improvements that their critic participated in bringing forward are ones that the Canadian public wants. Now, is it the NDP's position that they will thumb their nose at everything that the Canadian public wants? Is that what they want to go into an election with?
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would remind my colleague that I'm not the House Leader. If he has a question of the House Leader, I would suggest that he ask the House Leader. But in response to his question, I was here in the House and I listened very carefully to the debate on this bill, and I listened very carefully to the arguments made by my colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster. And it seems to me that during that debate there was a rush, a frenetic need to get this pushed through very, very quickly. And the honourable member opposite was part of that. I suppose that when one undermines the safety of Canadians by not ensuring that 100 inspectors are available, one would like to push things through rather quickly so that the Canadian public that he seems to be so concerned about won't notice. And I find that quite reprehensible. But in response to the other part of his question about air safety, I'm sure that Mr. Hunter Harris was very clear in terms of his vociferous assurances that when it came to rail safety, he would maintain the safety of that system. And yet we see very clearly that when push comes to shove, when the bottom line is affected, that the profits of a company seem to have far more interest for those in charge than the safety of the people depending on it.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, never miss an opportunity to give the public an opportunity to understand what it is that we are debating. Now, I noted that the NDP members on this bill on aviation safety have focused as much attention on railway safety as they have on everything else. Of course, whenever members of Parliament are concerned with the security and safety of the travelling public, it's always to be commended. And that's why the committee members on this committee should be commended. They studied a bill for more than 6 months. It is true that we brought an exhaustive list of people before the committee, an exhaustive list of interested industry operators, of union representatives, of professional organizations, of interested third parties. It is true that many of them said, we like this. Some of them even said, we want to add some more. Others even said, let's improve the legislation by doing this. And every one of them was listened with deference, with respect, and their input was incorporated in the amendments that are now the bill. They are all in the bill. It is verging on the dishonest, but I don't want to use that word too heavily, to suggest that the input that people had as witnesses in the committee before the committee members looked at the amendments is the view that should prevail today. For example, referring to Judge Mushansky is not very direct and very honest, because Judge Mushansky said, I think we should do the following. We did what he suggested. It's in the bill. It is unfortunate and verging on the dishonest to refer to the lack of inspectors when we have in the bill amendments that must ensure the financing, the training, and the deployment of inspectors to guarantee that the safety mechanisms that we propose as standards, which the members have already acknowledged are there. The standards have been upgraded, that the resources to ensure that they be in place and supervised appropriately are there. That's in the bill. It is verging on the dishonest to suggest that we are now taking a bill or talking about a bill that would impose extra work on professionals. They are governed by collective agreements. They are governed by their own professional code of conduct, and they are governed by the Canada Labour Code, which is not superseded by any amendment that was proposed. Mr. Speaker, if the NDP wants to kill a bill in which they participated in shaping for 6 months, then they should say to the general public, we want to be obstructionist. Let's give ourselves a different name. They can do that. That's okay. I don't have any problem with it. But it is verging on the dishonest to suggest that members of the Bloc, members of the Liberal Party, because they believe in making Parliament work, because they listen to the general public, because they take into consideration the voice of experts in the field, and then structure legislation. Yes, with the cooperation of the government members. Yes, I know there are those who think we should take partisanship to the extreme and say that everything that they do is bad. I know that, and I commiserate with them, because it is as a result of the NDP maneuvering in the last Parliament that we have the government we have today. But I'm not going to fall into the temptation of getting into partisanship by believing that. I'm just going to say it's absolutely crucial that when members of Parliament gather together for more than 6 months and iron out all the difficulties, whether they are real or perceived, but they iron them out and present in the House a bill that has at least one more chance. And we went through this, Mr. Speaker. It's called report stage. All of the amendments that you didn't like or you didn't think that you could put forward, you can bring them here in a committee of the whole. And you can get the support of other members of Parliament to give it one last chance. We did that. This bill went through that report stage. It sailed through. And all of those complaints from the NDP, the New Wine Party, what they did is they said, okay, notwithstanding everything that the rest of the general public, represented by these legitimately elected individuals, it doesn't matter what they think. We want to hold up the bill. We want to make sure that it doesn't get approval of the House. Well, that's okay too, because I guess if you have a firm ideological position based either on good solid footing or on whatever comes up on the day, that's okay too. But we shouldn't try to project it as being something more than that. It is nothing more than obstructionism, and it can't be thought of as anything else. The NDP is not interested in aviation safety. It is not interested in the security and the job security of those people working in the aerospace and aviation industry. It is not interested in the business interests of Canadian enterprises, be they big or be they small. If they were, this bill would have passed this House last June. If they were, this bill would have passed last week when it was reintroduced as part of the negotiation to bring back bills in the position that they found themselves when the House last adjourned. You know, Mr. Speaker, members of this House can disagree with each other. And it's unfortunate that we have come to a stage where we want to express our differences by calling others liars. We are not. And I think it is verging on dishonesty to suggest, implicitly or explicitly, that there was collusion in private, in secrecy on this bill. The minister who brought this bill before appeared before the committee on 2 or 3 times. I enjoyed giving him a hard time. There he is. He's still feeling the shots. But But you know, Mr. Speaker, that's what the process is for. So if anybody had a problem with the bill from the minister, we brought him before the committee. You had a problem with the bill, we brought his officials before the committee over and over and over again. There's no secrecy. The plan was to have members of Parliament structure this bill. Members of Parliament have structured this bill. The NDP, while it takes great credit for having done great work, has just said with the last several interventions that it is not part of the process. It certainly isn't an honest part of the process. I'm wondering whether they'll actually wake up and decide to make the House work. Because if they don't want to do that, perhaps they should all resign en masse and do the Canadian public a favor.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with, I guess, a bit of a smile to the diatribe from the member from Eglinton and Lawrence, who is very good at giving lectures to other members of the House about doing their job. This coming from a member who is part of a caucus that at a critical moment in this House, when we had a job to do, and that is deciding whether or not to vote confidence in the Conservative government's direction, whether or not to vote for the mini-budget just a few days ago, sat on his hands and did nothing, in effect abdicated his responsibility. Talk about not doing your job, Mr. Speaker. Some pretty glaring examples here. Frankly, I'm astounded that the member would rise in the House with this sort of note of cynicism about the legitimate and good faith attempts of our party to hold up this bill. Yes, we did that in June. We fought tooth and nail to hold up this bill because we thought it was a very bad bill. Based on what our member had done in the committee, based on the witnesses that were heard, based on what we heard from workers who will be affected by this bill, we understood that this was a good bill. Now, if the member opposite thinks that it's a fine bill, well, that's his prerogative. But I find it the height of cynicism to attack another party because we dare to have the courage to stand up in this House and to say that this bill is not a good bill. And we've given some very clear reasons why the bill is not good. And it's not because we're not interested in the aviation industry or the people who work in that industry. It's precisely because of our concerns about the workers in that industry, about where this industry is going overall, that we've decided that we need to blow the whistle on this bill, Mr. Speaker. So I'd ask the member, come on, he may disagree with us, which is fine. I totally respect that. But this note of cynicism that somehow we're not doing our job or we're lying, I mean, this is outrageous. I think that it's only fair to say that, we have legitimate concerns about this bill, and our role as parliamentarians is to stand in this House and to be able to voice those concerns, which is more than what the members of his party did when it came to the speech from the throne or the mini-budget. They were silent. When it came time for a vote, they were silent. We take our responsibility very seriously, and I'm proud of that.
The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
I'm reminded, since we're getting into lecturing and sort of religious illusions, that we also serve who wait and sit. And she might think that that's cynical, but the fact of the matter is, I asked her and her colleagues to tell me why she would suggest that there are not going to be inspectors when, in fact, that's built into the bill. Why she suggests and says that the Canada Labour Code does not apply when that is an untruth of the worst variety. Why she says deliberately that we did not listen to witnesses when we have incorporated, and I'm talking about us, the members of Parliament, I'm not talking about the government side, they had to agree, as she indicated, that the opposition members worked together in order to bring this to fruition. And then she says, we did not incorporate what QP or other labor unions or professional organizations suggested. Why, we brought all of those amendments for the scrutiny of members who take their job seriously. I dare say, yes, even her member on the committee. And that's why I'm absolutely flabbergasted that on one hand she praises his work, who worked to ensure that we came up with this bill, and then on the other hand, en masse, they turn around and say, oh, we don't care what our member did. We don't care what our did. We don't care what anybody else did. We're going to vote against the bill.
I hate to interrupt the member for Eglinton Lawrence in full flight, but the time has come for statement by members, déclaration de député.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the riding of Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean has many workers, athletes, and artists who are making the reputation of my region throughout Canada and the world. Madame Chantal Lelancette from d'Iberville received a provincial award as female agricultural representative of the year. And at the Quebec Gala that was recently held, they won 7 different awards. The SFE was given to Madame Josette Tremblay, as well as others who classified in the athletics award. A gentleman won Felix as well in the recent gala. So I congratulate all these people from my riding who are contributing to make its reputation known.
Speaker, I'm grateful to have the opportunity to honour Canadians' veterans as Remembrance Day will be upon us. It's time to reflect on the sacrifices made by the men and women who have served our country so honourably. It's time to honour those who have served before and those who continue to serve. This year I had the opportunity to train with the Canadian Army in Wainwright, Alberta. I saw the fierce commitment and the extreme dedication that our armed forces have for their jobs and to this country. It's for this reason I stand today to recognize their contribution. Kenora Riding has a proud tradition of sending soldiers and remembering their sacrifices. From Red Lake to Kenora, Sioux-Lookout to Dryden, our communities will gather at the cenotaphs on this day of remembrance. Many communities in the North will remember the important contribution of the Aboriginal veterans have made to our country. It has been estimated that over 12,000 Aboriginal people have served in world wars and peacekeeping missions throughout the world. Our men and women make us proud. We have not forgotten. We will not forget.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I should like to congratulate Madame Armande Henri Amirault from l'Épiphanie in La Naudière, who was named Agricultrice de l'année at the Saturn Gala organized by the Fédération des Agricultrices du Québec on October 20th. Armande Henri Amirault has worked in agriculture for more than 40 years with her husband, Yvon. She operates a dairy farm, poultry farm, hog, and other crop farms. Now the two sons, Christian and Marc, have taken over the operations. In the young agriculture area, there was a prize given to Chantal Lancette d'Iberville at Lac-Saint-Jean. Sylvie Lévesque won with respect to agriculture as well, and Martine Laverdière won as agricultrice de passion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Amabile Youth Singers is a community choir from London, an area comprised of 67 choristers from ages 13 to 22. This accomplished choir has won the CBC National Choral Competition consistently since 1986. As well, they've won several international choral competitions in Europe, including winning 2 gold medals at the Choral Olympics in Brenham, Germany in 2004. As a result of their international acclaim, they were invited guests by the Finnish government in September 2007 to participate in the prestigious Sympati Festival in Helsinki, Finland. Their performances and workshops received standing ovations and high praise. My sincere thanks to Lauren Toll, John Barron, Brenda Zagorski, and the Amabile Singers for representing our country and showing the world the talent that exists in Canada. Congratulations to all.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Throughout Canadian history, Canadians have been on the front lines fighting for freedom and democracy. The sacrifices and bravery shown by Canadians is legendary, and we will never forget or take for granted the gift of liberty that they have given to us. And far too many have given the greatest gift of all, the gift of an unfinished life. Remembrance Week is very important to this country. It is when we take a moment to honor those Canadians who have served and who are currently serving in the name of freedom, peace, and democracy throughout the world. 59 of my constituents are currently serving Canada abroad, and I'm very proud of their service, as are all members of this House. As the annual parade passes by, we see the stalwart veterans marching straight and dignified, saluting the colors under which they lost their friends and comrades. Canada enjoys a reputation throughout the world as a nation that will come to the aid of those in need and in turmoil. This reputation has been achieved at a very high cost to those who have built it. It is important that we know and remember what war is all about. It gives us the incentive to keep the peace. To our veterans, we honor you, we thank you, and we will never forget.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, next week on November 11th, Canadians from coast to coast to coast will pay tribute to our valiant veterans who fought and died to preserve our freedom, our rights, and our democracy. It's also important for all to offer our thoughts for our soldiers who continue to fight the same today. They're the brave men and women of the Canadian Forces, our veterans of tomorrow. From Afghanistan to Bosnia, Haiti to the Golan Heights, Sierra Leone to Sudan, our soldiers serve with courage and distinction. Their sacrifice stands as a continuing reminder that Canada recognizes its responsibility to protect and will always stand on guard for the principles and ideals that our country and our citizens cherish. Mr. Speaker, I know all members of this House will join with me as we prepare to mark Remembrance Day in paying tribute to those men and women who continue to wear the uniform of the Canadian Forces. And we remember the huge sacrifice of those who have led the way. We will remember them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Remembrance Day approaches, I am reminded that this year Remembrance Day will hold particular importance in my riding of McLeod. On September 24th of this year, Corporal Nathan Hornberg was killed in action in Afghanistan. Corporal Hornberg had very strong ties to the riding of McLeod. His mother, Linda Laree, resides in Nanton, and his family has farmed in the area for many years. As a reservist in the King's Own Calgary Regiment, Corporal Hornberg believed that service in Canada's military to bring security to Afghanistan was the right thing to do. It is my hope that all my colleagues in this House of Commons will honour the memory of this soldier and the memory of every soldier who has worked to defend our values and protect those whose fortune does not guarantee their rights this coming Remembrance Day. Remembering the sacrifices that Canada's brave soldiers have made in past wars and in current conflict is important for all Canadians who enjoy freedom, safety, and security granted by their efforts, lest we forget. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Verchères, Les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, a little while ago I heard about the impending closure of the Basel company in Varennes. This will cause the loss of some 100 well-paying jobs and will certainly have a negative effect on the chemical park activity. However, the Conservatives prefer to close their eyes to the job loss, as they did to the tens of thousands of jobs already lost in the manufacturing sector in Quebec. The economic statement this week sets out very clearly the crisis in the manufacturing sector. The Conservatives have chosen to ignore the difficulties of our manufacturing sector. However, the Minister of Finance knew that he could count on more than $100 billion wiggle room over the next 5 years. But the list of lost jobs continues to grow. Band-aid solutions no longer work. Gifts to the banks and big oil are indecent. Now we have to act, not 6 months from now.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to recognize Skilled Trades Day in Canada. On November 5th, Skills Canada will raise awareness through events across the country, emphasizing that skilled trades offer rewarding careers for Canadians. In the days that follow, I would encourage Canadians to take part in community activities and learn more about the skilled trades. We are committed to helping Canadians thrive in skilled trades. Our government has taken concrete steps through new initiatives such as an apprenticeship incentive grant, an apprenticeship job creation tax credit, and a tradespeople tool tax credit deduction. I would also like to inform the House that 29 talented Canadians will be representing Canada at the World Skills Competition in Japan, November 10th to 21st. I would like to wish them the best of luck. We are also looking forward to Canada hosting the World Skills Competition in Calgary in 2009. Finally, I'd like to thank Skills Canada for helping us all focus on the fundamental role of the skills trade in building a strong future for our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, next week, Canadians will be observing Remembrance Day. We will remember all those who made the supreme sacrifice, and we will also remember the mothers of those who gave their lives for their country. This year, the Silver Cross Mother is Madame Wilhelmina Bierenfinger-Kohler from Embrun, Ontario, on behalf of all those mothers who lost children, who were in the armed forces or in the merchant marine. Madame Bierenfinger-Kohler will lay a wreath at the war monument. Her thoughts will doubtless be with her son Robbie, who was killed on October 2nd, 2003, while on patrol near Kabul, Afghanistan. Our thoughts will be with her. The role of the Silver Cross Mother is an honor, but it is also a heavy burden. On behalf of my friends in this House, of all parties, I give to Madame Bierenfinger-Kohler and all those mothers who share her burden of sorrow our sincere condolences and our eternal gratitude.
Mr. Speaker, citizens of Brandon, Souris and throughout Canada will have more money in their pockets as a result of our government's fall economic statement, where we provided a historic tax relief package. Since coming to office 21 months ago, we have reduced the tax burden of Canadians by $190 billion. Wow. That's billion. Our fall economic statement provides an additional $60 billion of broad-based tax relief over this and the next 5 years for individuals, for families, and for businesses. This includes reducing the GST to 5%, as promised. This reduces cutting personal income taxes, and this produces cutting business taxes over the next 5 years. These measures are in stark contrast with the policy flip-flop of the Liberal Party, who used to be in favor of eliminating the GST, but are now saying they would raise it. Once again, Canadians have a clear choice, Mr. Speaker. Weak leadership and higher taxes with the Liberal Party, or strong leadership and lower taxes with the Conservative Government.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, I had the honour of being present at the Governor-General's residence this morning to witness one of my constituents, Rose Fine-Meyer, receive the Governor-General's Award for Excellence in Teaching Canadian History. She created an interdisciplinary studies course entitled Archives and Local History. It's accredited as part of the Ontario curriculum and couples an understanding of primary historical documents with first-hand research of communities and local history as they stand today. This teacher being honoured discovered that historical World War I documents are not being scanned and housed electronically for safety, but rather these old documents are being left to crumble with age. These precious documents tell the stories of many brave Canadians who gave their lives for this country. We need to preserve the memory of our veterans and their sacrifices so that we can pass it on to our children, like Ms. Fine-Meyer has done for so many years at Humberside Collegiate. This government needs to take urgent action so that our veterans' stories and the sacrifices of the past can serve as a lesson for future generations of Canadians.
Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, last Remembrance Day, 28 young Canadians serving in Afghanistan were among those who stood to honour fallen friends and a century of sacrifice by our nation's veterans. This Remembrance Day, they are among those we pause to remember. They are among more than 116,000 Canadians who have given their lives in the wars of their time so we could have peace in our time. Mr. Speaker, in their silent moment on November 11th, Canadians should reflect on the price of the peace that surrounds them and remember that every year lived in freedom is a year owed to a veteran.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, the theme is Venez voir les couleurs du monde. Come see the colours of the world. And I'm talking about the second intercultural week that will be held in Vaudreuil-Soulanges from November 5th to the 10th. It's with joy and pride that I say I will be honorary president. Everyone has worked hard to set up workshops and to deal with the contribution that immigrants make to the region. We will take this opportunity that week to celebrate the Quebec culture and raise the awareness of people about all kinds of issues related to growth of cultural diversity, thus allowing them to learn more about different cultures. Together, we will showcase the Quebec model for integration, which is based on interculturalism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Remembrance Day allows me to salute the courage and strength of will of the men and women who, over the course of our history, have served our country with such determination. I take this opportunity to ask everyone to work hard, equally as hard, to preserve the peace for which these people gave their lives. Let us not forget the wars that had such terrible effect on Canadians who had to participate in them. Many lost their lives. Many were wounded. Some came back from the front having to face all types of difficulty. We remember all of these people who served in wartime, and we offer our recognition, our gratitude to those people who suffered so that we can live in peace. Let us never forget.
Wainwright. Mr. Speaker, the tax man cometh. Yes, that's still true. But the good news is he won't get nearly as much as he did when we had a Liberal government across the floor. The tax relief people felt when they filled out their 2006 tax reforms was noticed and appreciated. But the tax refund my constituents will get when they fill out their 2007 tax forms will be a pleasant change indeed. In fact, this Conservative government will leave $190 billion in the pockets of hard-working Canadians over the next 5 years. And what was the Liberal response? The Conservative...
Sorry to interrupt the honourable member, but his time has expired. Oral questions? Questions orales? Honourable member for Central Nova.
Soyons clairs.
Mr. Speaker, let us be clear. In 1997, Mr. Mulroney had received $300,000 from Karl-Heinz Schreiber, and if we had known that, then the Liberal government would not have had to pay over $2 million. This new information requires the government to act. Will the minister immediately start a public inquiry? Mr. Speaker, on this issue, the Liberals have demonstrated that they are prepared to issue serious allegations here in the House, but outside they have said, and I quote, "There is no evidence of any wrongdoing." The questioner has admitted this. And this shows that this is how the Liberal Party works. This is how they work on all issues and have done over the last few weeks. They are impugning the honourable reputation of the former Prime Minister.
Speaker, I know this is very difficult for the Conservatives. Right. Many of them are close personal friends of Mr. Mulroney. Some even served in his government. But that does not excuse this government from taking immediate action to clear up this matter. Until they open a full public inquiry, will they immediately order Revenue Canada to investigate whether Mr. Mulroney declared $100,000 in cash when he returned to Canada from New York, as Canadian law requires?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat in English. On this issue, the Liberals have shown that they're quite content to come into this House and launch smears and accusations, and then to go outside the House and declare quite happily, as this member himself did, that they have, quote, no evidence of any wrongdoing. That's what he said. That tells you everything you need to know about how that Liberal Party operates. It's the same way they've been operating through the past few weeks in this House, and it's conduct that really is unbecoming any elected member of Parliament.
Supplementary, the honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, what are they afraid of? If there is nothing to hide, then why is the government not helping the former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney to clear up his reputation? After all, the Minister of Defense worked for Mr. Schreiber. The Conservatives perhaps don't want us to really learn the truth. Why not have an immediate public inquiry?
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, because the last time those folks raised this issue, it cost Canadian taxpayers $2 million for false accusations. That's what they had to pay. But if they're in the business, of wanting us to launch politically inspired inquiries, you know, I was thinking there are some things we could do, and we could continue to try looking for that $40 billion. That could be a special inquiry. Perhaps Shawinigan and that golf course could use a special inquiry. Perhaps the HRDC $1 billion scandal could use an inquiry. And perhaps the millions of taxpayers' dollars that went to Canada's steamship lines is worth a public inquiry.
Order. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is clear that this government wants this Mulroney cash payment issue to simply disappear. Are they concerned that members of the current government could be drawn into a public inquiry? Paul Terrien, who was with Mr. Mulroney, Mr. Schreiber in that infamous hotel in Switzerland, now serves as the Transport Minister's Chief of Staff. Faced with this new and disturbing information, the government must act. Can the Transport Minister say what role his Chief of Staff played in the exchange of money between Mr. Schreiber and Mr. Mulroney?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm astonished that they continue on this line of questioning. Their desire to pursue it as a political vendetta in the previous when they were in government cost Canadian taxpayers $2 million. It's a settlement that they entered into, not this government. That government entered into that settlement to deal with the fact that they were pursuing false accusations. They want us to pursue those false accusations now.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this week we found out that Brian Mulroney received $300,000 from Karl-Heinz Schreiber in 1993. This is a fact that has been covered up for over a decade.
Shame.
Clearly, the Department of Justice did not have all of these facts when it recommended a $2 million settlement with Brian Mulroney in 1995. Now we have the facts. Will the government instruct the Department of Justice to get taxpayer money back from Mr. Mulroney?
Mr. Speaker, I'll make the same point again. It's that government that launched a political vendetta against one of their enemies, and they had to pay the price for it. But you know what? It wasn't them who paid the price for it. It was Canadian taxpayers who paid for it. So that's why I invite them, if they want to pursue it again, to go outside the House, and this time they can pay the price instead of Canadian taxpayers for making false accusations.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix-Côte-Nord. The Minister of Public Safety has indicated that there will be no clemency sought for Ronald Allen Smith, who is on death row in the United States, because this is a democratic country. However, the Canadian government does not send anyone back to a country where there could be a risk of capital punishment. I want to know why the government can justify this when we're talking about a Canadian citizen who is at risk of being put to death when we don't have the death penalty anymore in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we do not bring back to Canada murderers who have been duly convicted in a democratic country.
Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix-Côte-Nord. Stan Folder was a Canadian in Texas who was put to death in 1999. A Reform member at that time went to Texas and actually supported the death penalty in that case. It was George W. Bush who was governor of Texas at that time. And in order to not do anything to annoy this friend, George W. Bush, then why don't we just bring him back and put him in prison for life?
Sure.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's policy is to be tough on crime. We do not want to bring back to Canada any murderers that have been duly convicted in a democratic country. Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the City of Quebec is preparing to celebrate its 400th anniversary, and everything is being done to bring visitors from across Quebec and around the world. There, however, is an advertising campaign that is dividing Quebecers and bringing ridicule to the 400th anniversary. How can the Heritage Minister tell us that she is doing everything to promote this affair when her husband's company is putting ads on that degrade it? Well, I will respond to the question of my honourable colleague, which deals with my colleague. She has followed all ethical policies and standards, and certainly it is not that issue that he is raising. He will agree with me. Of course, the Canadian government does support this 400th anniversary celebration. We are investing $100 million in it, and clearly this is where Canada was born, in French, and we are celebrating that, my friend. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. If he read the Journal de Montréal, which is read by so many Quebecers, he would know that the decision has been made to make sure that Quebecers are interested and participate in this celebration. Is the minister not aware that her husband's advertising campaign is not the right way to connect with citizens in Quebec? My colleague, the Minister of Heritage, as well as all members who are elected in the Quebec City region and who support our government's policy, are there not only to support the interests of their citizens, their voters, but they are there within our caucus and government, and they see that we are celebrating the 400th anniversary of Quebec City. We are proud of this 400th anniversary.
For East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We lost 3,500 manufacturing jobs in October and over 63,000 in the past year. This government is overseeing the gutting of Canada's manufacturing sector, and it's only going to get worse because the Liberals have rolled over and endorsed the corporate tax giveaway. Why is it this government has billions for corporate tax cuts and nothing for those families who have lost their jobs? Mr. Speaker, why did the minister forget Canadian workers and their families in his mini-budget? Why were they left behind?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to actually tell this House about the good news of what we have for Canadians who have lost their jobs. It's called jobs. In fact, since this government took office, 655,000 new jobs. More Canadians working than ever in Canadian history. In fact, when the Liberals were in government in 2005, the unemployment rate was 6.8%, and today it stands at 5.8%. That's progress. We're giving them the jobs they need.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Speaker, I notice that the minister conveniently ignores that we've lost over 300,000 of manufacturing jobs in this country. Why doesn't he address that? The minister knows full well that tax cuts don't build affordable housing. Corporate tax cuts don't create childcare spaces. Corporate tax cuts don't create jobs. They create wealth for CEOs and rich investors. So can the minister tell us just how many jobs will be created by giving $7 billion in corporate tax breaks to the banks and to big oil? Where are those jobs going to come from? Not from his corporate tax breaks, that's for sure.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, it looks like cutting the GST does create jobs. We cut it 1%. We got 655,000 new jobs. So if she wants to know how many more, well, we cut the GST 1% again, so I guess that means another 655,000 new jobs. Why? Because Canadians have more dollars in their pocket to buy cars so that auto workers have jobs, to buy furniture so that furniture manufacturers have jobs, to buy food so that farmers have jobs. Guess what? Everybody does better when they have more money in their pockets. That's why we're cutting taxes for everyone.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister of Justice tell Canadians, does this government oppose the death penalty?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The law is clear on that in Canada.
The Honourable Member for York West.
I ask the Minister's opinion while we already know what it is. The Minister of Justice declared in this House, and I quote, "Capital punishment is necessary to restore public respect for the criminal justice system." Now, we know the Minister of Public Safety supports the death penalty even for young offenders. Mr. Speaker, why are these ministers trying to make their personal views government policy when it comes to foreign executions?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated in my first answer, the law is clear on this in Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence has said about the death penalty, quote, "I believe personally the option should be there," unquote. Now we learn Canada will not protest the use of the death penalty on Canadian citizens by foreign governments. This despite the fact that even democratic countries like Canada have had wrongful convictions, notably the Marshall, Milgard, Morin, and Truscott cases. Is the former Foreign Affairs Minister responsible for imposing his personal view when it comes to the execution of Canadians by foreign governments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we're not going to actively seek to bring murderers back to Canada after they've been convicted in a democratic country and sentenced under the rule of law. There is no death penalty in Canada. However, people should be held responsible for their crimes in other democratic jurisdictions, and we will not interfere with their process when there's been a fair trial.
Order. Well, the issue before the House is a serious one, and there's questions and there's answers, and there's no need for all the yelling. The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, that's not what I asked. Notre position n'est pas constante.
There is not a constitution. It's the same position with respect to all countries, and if this is the case, then Canada will not object even if it's China. The government is closing its eyes to executions of its citizens by foreign governments. The government should support the UN resolution for a moratorium on the death penalty. Why is this government not walking the talk of what it said itself?
Mr. Secretary and Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as I've already indicated, we're not going to actively seek to bring murderers back to Canada after they have been convicted in a democratic country and sentenced under the rule of law.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister the Premier of Quebec and unions and other groups in Quebec has called for concerted action to help the manufacturers in Quebec. There we had a unanimous report of the Industry Committee with its 22 recommendations to help the industry. What is the government planning to do to support the manufacturing sector rather than big oil and banks?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind the House that the President of the Manufacturers Association of Canada has indicated that the government's tax reductions would help investment in Canada. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. That is not an answer to the question and the problem. The Kruger Company in my riding cut 1,100 positions temporarily, and 500 were added yesterday. Can we be told, given that the Prime Minister said that he keeps his promises, why there are some exceptions. And does the Minister realize that the manufacturing sector and the workers in that industry are paying the price for the broken promises of the Conservatives? Mr. Speaker, I understand the concern of the people in the riding of my colleague. After being represented for so many years by a representative and a party that cannot help it, then they need strong leadership, and that is what we have here on this side in the government. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Leflore. Last week, the Minister of Labour indicated in Lake Saint-Jean in a radio interview that that Alcan investments would be maintained despite the takeover by Rio Tinto, but Rio Tinto would not confirm the minister's remarks to workers. Could the minister tell him who gave him that information?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Australia, France, Quebec, and Canada have approved the Rio Tinto transaction, and it has the same commitments as Alcan did. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Leflore. What the Minister of Labour has to realize is that over the next 3 years, nearly 600 workers will retire without taking into account the 300 leaving this year. Given that the employment level is crucial for the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region, can the minister guarantee Rio Tinto Alcan workers today that the level of employment will be maintained for the next 3 years? Mr. Speaker, today the Bloc supports the federal government's intervention to help manufacturing in Quebec, but the Bloc leader voted against the economic update and against the throne speech. The Bloc voted against Quebec workers.
Member for Regina-Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the death penalty carried out in other countries, the government has attempted to respond to those questions by suggesting that the questions imply that the accused person in another country would be brought back to Canada. That is not the question, Mr. Speaker. No one is suggesting that the accused be brought back to Canada. The issue is the commutation of the sentence in the other country. Will the government reinstate the long-standing policy of the Department of Foreign Affairs to seek commutation in the other country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there is no death penalty in Canada. However, people should be held responsible for their crimes in other democratic jurisdictions, and we will not interfere with their processes when there's been a fair trial.
The Honourable Member for Regina-Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, there have been a variety of issues that have arisen in respect of Canadians in Mexico and the judicial system of Mexico in the last couple of years. Will the government say, in terms of their privileged list of countries around the world, apparently the United States is on that list, is Mexico also on that list?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, obviously there's a need to evaluate things on a case-by-case basis. I know that the individual for whom the Liberal Party is standing up these days is an individual who 25 years ago was convicted of a double murder, 2 cold-blooded shots in the back of the head, to which he has openly admitted. I can't imagine why they want him back in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer.
La ministre du Patrimoine est responsable de la région de Québec.
The Minister of Heritage is responsible for promoting the 400th anniversary celebration in Quebec City. She needs to support this and promote it, but she is a co-owner with her husband of an advertising agency, LXB, which comes under Maxili, and their advertising campaign said that the anniversary is sick. So what kind of marketing is this? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Heritage Minister, was unable to answer all of these questions yesterday in the House. It is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that despite what the Liberal government did previously, we take responsibility for promoting the celebrations surrounding the 400th anniversary. We are investing $100 million in it, and we know that Quebec was the founding region of Canada, and this will be an extraordinarily successful anniversary in Canada and around the world. Mr. Speaker, we see here that not only Quebec is being criticized in this advertising campaign, but even beyond Quebec. And I would like to know whether the Minister of Heritage has as much judgment as this advertising campaign. The honourable member knows very well that the minister has no ties to that company. And more than that, Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows very well as well that it is not the communications company that pays for that advertising. It is the radio station, which uses questionable humor, indeed, but we live in a society where this is allowed. And, Mr. Speaker, this does not mean that my colleague and all members...
Mr. Speaker, the recent news of layoffs in the auto manufacturing sector has Canadians concerned. Layoffs like these create real challenges for the workers and their families involved. While not understating the challenges facing the manufacturing sector, the overall Canadian economy remains strong. Today's employment figures reinforce that. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance update the House on Canada's employment picture?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Lethbridge, member from Lethbridge. While we are very concerned with and taking action to support the manufacturing sector, today's employment figures confirm Canada's economy remains strong. 63,000 jobs were created in October. Employment is at a record high. Unemployment at its lowest level since 1974. Since we took office, over 655,000 new jobs are right across Canada. Full-time jobs accounting for nearly 80% of these gains. As a CIBC report said this week, not only is job creation...
Order. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, the mini-budget's corporate tax cuts take Canada in absolutely the wrong direction. The headlines make it plain and clear. Chrysler eliminates jobs in Ontario. More job loss expected. The mini-budget will make things worse for manufacturing. The oil and gas sector is driving the dollar higher, and the higher the dollar goes, the harder it is for manufacturers. Mr. Speaker, why did the minister choose to ignore our manufacturers and instead make things worse by helping his friends in the banks and the oil and gas sector?
The Honourable Parliamentary
Mr. Speaker,
Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
It's clear that it's not easy for any Canadian losing a job. And I want to say that this government shares the concerns of these individuals. There are a range of government programs available to help people make a transition to another job. As other members have stated, the good news is there is a very hot job market for these individuals. In addition to that, we brought in a number of measures to assist the industry. I could give a list. I'm sure the Speaker will call me to account before I do that. But we are very much involved in this, engaged in this, and we will continue to assist the industry, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, this government is sleepwalking through a crisis. The Prime Minister has admitted that the manufacturing sector is in crisis, but he won't do anything about it. Canadian auto executives have already told me that these corporate tax cuts won't help them because they're not in a profitable situation right now. 1,100 good Chrysler jobs in the Brampton area. These are young people with families to support and mortgages to pay. And for every one of their jobs, another 3 jobs in the auto parts sector will be lost. Now that the government's finally acknowledged the crisis, how long is it going to take them to address it?
The Honourable Secretary of State for
Speaker,
Finance.
I think the NDP is being a little bit over the top on this. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the government has taken substantial measures to prepare the industry for this and continues to do that. We've made enormous investments in skills and training. We've made an historic $33 billion investment in critical infrastructure and border crossings. We've given a substantial economic lift to all companies through substantial tax reductions, Mr. Speaker. And as a matter of fact, billions in new investments are being attracted to Canada by other auto companies, Mr. Speaker. So there is an opportunity to move from restructuring.
The Honourable Member for Halton.
Mr. Speaker, luxury car dealers in my area would like to thank the Minister of Finance because each buyer of a new Mercedes is now going to save about $1,000 in GST. But Dave and Lorraine Marshall, he's a retired truck driver. They're not going to be buying a Mercedes anytime soon. They lost $190,000 when the same Minister of Finance decimated their savings. Will the Minister explain to the Marshalls how long it will take at $13 a month in GST savings to get that nest egg back?
Excellent.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I never thought I'd see the day that the member for Halton would stand up in this House of Commons and attack the concept of tax cuts. But his conversion apparently is complete. Perhaps that's why he won't keep his own promise when he said, I think anyone who crosses the floor should go back to the people for ratification.
Right.
It hasn't happened yet. In fact, he's so afraid it seems to have passed on to the whole caucus. He's willing to stand on their hands to never face the voters again.
The Honourable Member for Halton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the Marshalls will be very unhappy with that response, as all Canadians should, because, you know, the Minister of Finance, when he, in his mini-budget, when he attacked income trusts, he said he was lowering taxes for pensioners on pension splitting, but 70% of Canadian pensioners don't have a pension to split. So I'm going to ask the Minister this. How long is it going to take to restore $190,000 in lost income trust savings because they brought the income tax rate back down a half point to where it was 2 years ago? And let's have an answer this time. Let's have an answer.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, when this member finally goes back to the voters as he promised, he can explain why he voted for that pension income splitting and why he voted for the income trust measures that we brought in place. I hear he's among those Liberals that are unhappy with their leadership's approach these days, but I hear they're going to do something about it. They're going to the Liberal leader's office to register their dissatisfaction in a way only the Liberal leader will understand. They're going to stage a sit-in.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the good fiscal management of previous Liberal governments, this new government is swimming in cash. And yet, while the Minister of Agriculture describes the potential of the Atlantic beef plant, the only federally inspected plant in Atlantic Canada, he fails to deliver any financial support. Atlantic ministers and livestock producers are calling for support now, today. When is this minister going to deliver his financial support to seize the opportunity that exists for the Atlantic beef industry?
The measures taken to open markets for beef markets is good. There's money that has now been paid. We have agreements now. We're talking about $80 million that have been paid so that the provinces go ahead. That's action, Mr. Speaker, and the Atlantic is profiting from this program.
Mr. Speaker, markets at below the cost of production. How can this minister respond with such a callous disregard for Atlantic Canadian producers? Producers who put high-quality food on Canadian tables. while our American counterparts support their industry, this new government is going to allow our beef industry to disintegrate before their very eyes. Why is this new government putting Canada's food security at risk? Why, with a government swimming in cash, how can this minister do nothing for slaughter plants, for producers, and for national food security? Why are you failing this country?
Mr. Speaker, we have taken action, and the Minister of Agriculture is currently discussing this matter.
For several measures, we spoke about growing forward. We spoke about choice of marketing. We spoke about supply management, and we spoke about biofuel incentives. So at least I can thank the member and his party for endorsing the Trump speech last week by sitting on their ass. By abstention. Sorry.
I presume the honourable member meant hands, otherwise he would have been saying something unparliamentary. Honourable Deputy Jean Lebert.
The Honourable for the contraband cigarettes is increasing. This is 1/4 of the market in Quebec and Ontario, and the federal government is losing $1.6 billion per year. The Doctors for Health Canada have said that these contraband cigarettes are really hurting people's health, particularly that of young people. The Minister of Public Security, is he prepared to ask the RCMP to do its job and to put an end to this illegal trafficking of contraband cigarettes?
Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as you know, we have put additional funds into the border services. We are looking at ways and means to stop all contraband coming into the country. It is a serious issue, and the minister certainly is well aware of it and working towards an end to it.
The Honourable Member Jean Lambert. Mr. Speaker, he didn't answer the question. We're asking the RCMP to take every measure possible under the law to put an end to this illegal trafficking of cigarettes, and one of these means would be to seize cars that go to the very illegal cigarette shops in Canada to fill up on cigarettes, and this will have an effect on the supply and demand. Will the RCMP use every measure?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member has brought up something that's very illegal in seizing vehicles from people who are legitimately driving down the road. I have no way of knowing how he would know who has what in their vehicle. We're well aware of the situation, and steps are being taken.
The Honourable Member for
Lac Saint Louis.
The In and Out scheme is not the first time the Prime Minister has had an issue with campaign spending limits. When the Prime Minister was the head of the National Citizens Coalition, he tried to break third-party spending limits under the Elections Act, but lost to two groups that were helped in their fight against him by the Court Challenges program. Why is the Prime Minister holding official language and other minorities hostage to his emotional need for revenge?
Hey, good question.
Minister of Justice.
That's a ridiculous question from the honourable member, Mr. Speaker.
The opposition has asked a question of the government. The government's trying to respond. Minister of Justice.
Actually, I was just corrected by my colleague. He says all of their questions today have been ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. This government has been straightforward in its commitment to support minority language rights in this country. Mr. Speaker, we stand on our record.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Future Group called on our government to take concrete steps to address the issue of human trafficking in light of the upcoming 2010 Winter Olympics. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship Immigration please inform the House what steps we have taken to address the issue of human trafficking while assisting the victims of these terrible crimes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank the member for this great question. Our government is taking real action to address human trafficking, prevent the exploitation of women and children. We've taken several initiatives, including a series of changes to the immigration guidelines that would address the unique needs of victims of human trafficking. Yesterday, we reintroduced Bill C-17 legislation to help prevent the exploitation and abuse of foreign nationals seeking to work in Canada. I would urge all members of this House to put aside their partisan ways, to do the right thing, get behind Bill C-17 and support it.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a 6-metre hole in the heart of downtown London. This hole left thousands of workers unable to work, including many federal employees. The power was out for more than 10 hours. The end result for many businesses is that hundreds of thousands of dollars of lost revenue is the reality. Will the Minister provide the infrastructure money needed for London and the thousands of cities across this country whose streets are literally crumbling?
The
Honourable Minister of Transport.
My colleague raises a specific issue, and that enables me, Mr. Speaker, to indicate that in Budget 2006 and in Budget 2007, we increased the payments, not the transfer payments, but we increased the amounts of money, Mr. Speaker, for infrastructure in this country. We increased the gas tax, Mr. Speaker, to be able to make it go until 2014. We increased and made more money available for Building Canada. More recently, Mr. Speaker, we were in the London area where we committed over $40 million to be able to help people get clean water, Mr. Speaker. This government is acting where they didn't do it.
For London Fanshawe.
A commitment is not money that's needed now. There is a giant hole in the middle of downtown London. The Finance Minister's unbalanced city budget on Wednesday clearly stated cuts to spending, a $90 billion cut in funding capacity. What we need, Mr. Speaker, is investment. Investment in our cities, investment in ordinary Canadians, and not big tax cuts for oil and gas. Crumbling infrastructure will hinder economic growth, not strengthen it. Will the Minister invest in our cities today, or will this government leave Canadians dodging holes?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Do you realize, Mr. Speaker, of the $33 billion unprecedented investment, how much is going to municipalities and communities across this country? $17 billion, Mr. Speaker. That is what we are committed to do for our municipalities.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in a statement to the United Nations in May 2006, this government held up the Kelowna Agreement as a shining example of partnerships between government and Aboriginal organizations. But, Mr. Speaker, at the same time, this same government was killing the Kelowna Accord and wiping out $5.1 billion in funding. Boasting on the world stage about a cancelled initiative is the ultimate in hypocrisy. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister explain why Canada misled the United Nations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Indian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question because it gives me an opportunity to talk about what our government is interested in doing. Unlike that press release that she speaks of, which the former government put forward in their dying days, Mr. Speaker, we are interested in systemic reform. And this is the most important thing that faces First Nations people throughout Canada. Improving the system, the very system that unfortunately keeps First Nations people from being able to take advantage of all the economic benefits in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I know that this member actually is interested, hopefully, in helping us in another systemic reform, which is extending the Canadian Human Rights Act to First Nations people. I hope she changes her ways and decides to support us on this initiative.
The Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, the one that needs to change its ways is that government over there. Mr. Speaker, in the same statement to the UN, the Canadian delegation boasted, and I quote, an active role in the negotiations of a UN declaration on the rights of Indigenous peoples. End of quote. Instead of working to pass this historic accord, Mr. Speaker, Canada actually voted against it, embarrassingly putting us offside with the world community. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell the House why the government delivered a further grossly misleading statement to the United Nations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've actually been quite clear in relation to the UN draft declaration. It's something that we didn't support because we believe that Canada actually is one of the most progressive countries in the world in terms of acknowledging Aboriginal people. They are right in our charter. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms acknowledges First Nations people, Métis people, and Inuit people. Mr. Speaker, this ambiguous agreement actually doesn't impact Aboriginal people in Canada like extending the Canadian Human Rights Act would. And this is something that this member is against and is not supporting. We bring forward our C-44 hopefully very soon, and hopefully she will be supporting it this time.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois. Celebrating Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources said last Tuesday that any decision with respect to nuclear energy was under provincial jurisdiction. That's false, Mr. Speaker. Atomic Energy of Canada comes under the federal jurisdiction, as does management of the nuclear plants. Why, therefore, is it promoting nuclear energy when in fact there are important waste problems, when in fact he could have put more effort into developing expertise in safer energy forms that are cleaner and which do not generate nuclear waste or greenhouse gases?
Said the other day, it's going to be up to the provinces to determine their own energy mixes. We're going to be there to support them. And the other day in the debate on the nuclear liability bill, her own colleagues talked about the fact that nuclear power is going to be here and it's going to be expanding. And so purely from an environmental point of view, we have to consider it as a clean, emissions-free technology. It strengthens Canada's energy security to have a fully diversified energy mix. This is smart policy for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Western Arden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week's Auditor General's report on the Inuvialuit land claim, the third in a series, shows no matter whether it's the Conservatives or Liberals, they're missing in protecting and developing the North. Right across the North, failure to implement claims has dragged down the progress of Aboriginal people and the North. The Attorney General's call for a strategic approach to building the North is important. So far, this government has taken an ad hoc militaristic approach. How can Northerners believe that anything will change with this Conservative government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. I'd like to inform my honourable colleague that our government has obviously looked at this report from the Auditor General quite closely, and we are working towards progress with the Inuvialuit. And in this region, we are also assisted by the government, Northwest Territories, and the regional bodies as well. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge that not since Prime Minister Diefenbaker has there been a Prime Minister that has been so interested and supportive of the North. And I'd like to commend our Prime Minister for all the action he's taken on behalf of Northern Canadians.
Final question, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Our economy in Canada here, of course, is booming under the leadership of our Prime Minister and this government. And jobs, Mr. Speaker, in my riding, I know that jobs have been created and some of the construction and what have you that goes on. There's a tough time for some of our contractors in actually getting enough employees to fill these jobs. What have you, the economy's going that much. So I'd like the Minister to tell me, first of all, what we've done in creating jobs and what we'll continue to.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Finance.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. As I had mentioned earlier, we've actually seen the increase of 63,000 jobs in October alone. And I would like to raise the point that 32,000 of these were in Ontario. And it's unfortunate that some Ontarians have lost their jobs, but Mr. Speaker, 32,000 new jobs in Ontario alone. Thank you.
That brings question period to a close, and I invite honourable members to return after the break in a quieter mood. Point of order, the honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, during question period, the Minister of Transport gave information that might need to be corrected and reconsidered. He referred to the 400th. anniversary of Quebec City as that of Canada. And also, it's the 400th anniversary of Francophones in St. Croix and New Brunswick in 2004. And there have been many, many Acadians who will be going to Quebec City to celebrate the 400th anniversary of the founding of Quebec City.
Sure, that was a point of order, but it seems to have been well received. So, tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table in both official languages 2 annual reports. First, I would like to table the 2006-2007 annual report on the administration of the Privacy and Access to Information Acts within the Department of Justice. And secondly, I would like to table the Court's Administration Services annual report for 2006-2007.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 32.2 of the Standing Orders of the House of Commons, I have the honour to table in both official language the government response to the report of the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs and International Development on advancing Canada's role in international support for democratic development.
Mr. Speaker, in a speech from the throne of October 16th last, the government clearly expressed the fact that Canada's relations with the rest of the world are guided by common values, democracy, liberty, the primacy of the rule of law, and the government also is stressing democracy. Therefore, I am terribly pleased to table this report. Introduction of government bills.
Government House Leader. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Cannon, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act, Verification of Residence. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Cannon, moves that the bill be now read a first time and to be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall this bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Orders 104 and 114, I have the honour to present the second report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs concerning committee memberships of the House. If the House gives its consent, Mr. Speaker, I intend to move concurrence in this second report later this day.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions.
Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the second report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs presented earlier this day be now concurred in.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Adopté.
Carried. Thanks.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have two petitions to present today. The first petition has to do with the granting of permanent residence in Canada on humanitarian and compassionate grounds of Mr. Lebar Singh, who is an individual in British Columbia who is facing various serious medical conditions, and the petitioners are calling upon Parliament to allow him to stay in Canada on compassionate and humanitarian grounds. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is signed by many people across the country who are very concerned that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer the world has ever known, and calls upon Parliament to ban asbestos in all its forms and institute a just transition program for asbestos workers in the communities they live in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of mainly residents from Brandon Souris, but also from across Canada, The petitioners are asking that the House of Commons amend the law to authorize any pharmaceutical firm to produce generic versions of any drug patented in Canada for export to any eligible developing country listed in the law, to allow any pharmaceutical product to be eligible for compulsory licensing, to simplify the exportation of a drug to any eligible country in any quantity, to eliminate the expiry date on a compulsory license, and to make it easier for developing countries to benefit from the program.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table this petition signed by thousands and thousands of my constituents. The petitioners are calling upon Parliament to halt the deportation of Labour Singh due to his fragile health and to allow him to stay in Canada on humanitarian and compassionate grounds. Mr. Singh is paralyzed by aneurysm and has support of many politicians of all political stripes and levels, 13 independent doctors, and over 50 organizations, including employees' unions, human rights groups, and Christian, Hindu, Muslim, and Sikh religious organizations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, Poland, a member of the European Union, has long been a close friend of Canada and is a member of NATO and is actively promoting peace and security internationally. This petition represents many Canadians of Polish ancestry that call for Canada to establish reciprocity in our relations with Poland on visitor visa requirements. This measure would bring greater education, cultural, and business and scientific exchange and cooperation. The current policy places weeks in the way of this type of cooperation. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been asked by members of the Ardagh Algonquin First Nation and of the Charlotte Lake First Nation in my constituency to bring forward a petition that was presented to me on the grounds of Parliament Hill shortly before the House opened, and it was a petition brought from Ardagh in my riding, which is an area which is potentially subject to a uranium mine, which is going to, should the uranium mine go forward, be conducting mining activities on land where an Aboriginal land settlement has not yet been achieved. All other economic development has been stopped on this land, but the mining potentially can go forward. They're understandably very concerned about this, as are a number of other private title holders in the area. They therefore have asked me to present this petition on their behalf to the House of Commons. Now, it's not in the prescribed form, Mr. Speaker, but if there is unanimous consent, I would like to present this on their behalf. Thank you.
Is there unanimous consent that the petition presented by the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington be agreed? Agreed. Presenting petitions.
Question on the order paper.
Questions on the order paper.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Questions be allowed to stand.
Disagreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders. Government bills, Commons.
Reading and on the 6 months hoist motion on Bill C7, an act to amend the Aeronautics Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to, unfortunately, express that we will not be supporting this bill. There has been substantial progress made at the committee stage, but Bill C7 still emphasizes cutting costs rather than improving safety standards, and there can be no compromise when it comes to airline safety. This bill constitutes a major change in how aviation safety will be addressed in Canada for years to come. It would enshrine in aviation safety a safety management systems, or SMS, as part of Transport Canada's agenda to implement SMS in all modes of transportation, sometimes with disastrous effects, as we've seen in the case of rail SMS, with an escalating level of train derailments. And we've all seen, yes, Mr. Speaker? We've all seen certainly terrible examples of train derailments and other safety problems on the railway system, and we believe that the introduction of SMS has been a factor in that. Specifically, SMS is intended to let the industry increasingly decide the level of risk that they themselves are willing to accept in their operations, rather than abide by the level of safety set by the minister acting solely in the public interest. SMS is also designed to help Transport Canada deal with declining resources and high levels of projected inspector retirements. And I know, as the former chair of the Government Operations Committee, that there has been and is continuing to be an examination of the generational change in all of the public sector positions. And this is, in fact, an opportunity now for the skills, the experience, the knowledge, and the expertise of people who are in these jobs today to pass this on to the younger generation who are looking for jobs, more skilled jobs, better paying jobs, and this will be an opportunity to do that. I spoke earlier in the House today about the disastrous layoffs that are taking place in the manufacturing sector, where young people that are trying to support themselves and their families, pay their mortgages, pay their rent, and who have jobs that pay them enough to be able to do that, are losing these jobs. And quite frankly, when the government says lots of jobs are being created, a minimum wage job in the service sector is not going to pay the bills of the average Canadian family today. And so here we have an opportunity with a generational change in the public service to offer good jobs, interesting jobs, highly skilled jobs, decent paid jobs to a whole new generation of young people. And instead, what this government is doing is looking for ways to deny those opportunities, to eliminate those job opportunities, to get rid of the need for jobs in what I would argue is one of the most safety-sensitive sectors of our economy, which is the transportation sector. And clearly, our reputation in Canada as such a vast country where airlines, rail, interprovincial trucking, shipping, all forms of communication are fundamental to our economy, fundamental to who we are as a nation, and rest upon the absolute security that the utmost is being done to protect the safety of those who are using the transportation system, but also the communities across Canada who would be very vulnerable to an erosion of transport safety, especially in the airline sector. SMS will let the government increasingly transfer responsibility to the industry itself to set and enforce its own standards, because the government will have less and less of its own resources to do these activities. Now, again, I have to ask about the logic of cutting taxes for bank presidents, giving more money back to the oil and gas sector, trying to hide, on the part of this government, trying to hide an embarrassment of riches rather than investing in communities, investing in people, social services, infrastructure, and investing in the generational change that this government is going to face, and I believe has already started to face, with baby boomers retiring and young people looking for decent, secure, skilled jobs. that they can make a contribution to this country. And this is an opportunity in this particular regard with the transportation sector that I believe is being squandered by this government. This was originally a Liberal bill sponsored by the former transport minister, both the Liberal and Conservative members were initially willing to pass this bill without further amendments. But then the chorus of opposition began, and there was a real concern from witnesses who were heard before the Standing Committee on Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities. Those witnesses, Mr. Speaker, included Justice Virgil Moshansky of the Dryden Crash Inquiry. They included two Transport Canada inspectors unions, the CFPA and UCTE. It included the Canada Safety Council, some smaller air carriers, smaller air operators, Ken Rubin, an access to information expert, and unions representing flight attendants, the Teamsters, and CUPE. Their criticism focused on the unprecedented and unacceptable decline in regulatory oversight by Transport Canada and the greater ability for the industry to set and enforce its own safety standards out of public sight and scrutiny, among other issues. It is unfortunate that the only time transportation safety seems to make the front pages of the newspapers is when a disaster takes place, because I believe that if the average Canadian knew that this bill was transferring responsibility for safety regulation and enforcement over to the very companies that increasingly are engaged in absolute race to the bottom competition in the airline sector, incredibly fierce competition in the airline sector, I think they would be concerned, Canadians would be concerned that perhaps the temptation would just be too great in some instances to put the needs of the operation, the need to have the business imperatives take precedence over public safety. Now, having said that, we have some of the best airlines in the world. We have award-winning airlines. We have an excellent record of safety. But that's because we have had stringent safety requirements. And I remember the debate around the deregulation of the airline industry. And what was stated by the government of the day was that fundamental in a deregulated airline environment was the requirement to put safety absolutely paramount. It was argued at the time as a way of reassuring Canadians that there would be no compromise to safety. Under no circumstances would safety requirements be slackened, would there be any undermining of regulations or of safety inspectors that protect Canadians in their transportation sector. So here we are, Mr. Speaker, many years later, and I fear that is exactly what is happening. And I think the people who are working in this industry, the ones who are closest to it, who see airline operations every day, they are the ones who are expressing concerns about this bill. And I think as parliamentarians, we have to listen to their concerns and take their concerns very seriously. As I said, this bill has been amended. Some amendments were adopted unanimously, but unfortunately, the amendments only go part of the way needed. The other half of the work has been left undone, and they represent serious flaws in this bill that continue to jeopardize Canadian aviation safety and the safety of the traveling public and aviation workers. We've been proposing further amendments that would actually improve aviation safety, not reduce it. Part of the problem with this bill, and I want to highlight this, is that it heightens secrecy. You know, when you have public regulations and public enforcement, you have public scrutiny. And when the safety requirements and their determination and their enforcement are left more to the individual companies to determine, then a veil comes over the safety provisions, and we won't have access to that safety information. Our amendments would preserve the operation of the Access to Information Act in key areas, but that proposal was defeated at the committee stage. So we're very concerned about the secrecy provisions, and we're also concerned about the lack of whistleblower protection. While a form of whistleblower protection has been introduced, there's no effective redress mechanism for employees who face reprisals taken against them, other than a warning or a possible fine. But it's small comfort to a person who, out of concern for the traveling public, raises an issue about concern for public safety and then is penalized for doing that, potentially even losing their job, which is disastrous for people. It's a potential outcome that most people will simply not risk. And I would hate to think that there are safety concerns that are not brought to the attention of the public, especially if they have been brought to the attention of the airline and no action has been taken. Employees are granted immunity from prosecution for reporting violations only under certain conditions, and conditional whistleblower protection is really no protection at all, and I think this ought to be of great concern to all Canadians. The bill provides airlines with the same opportunities as whistleblowers to divulge breaches in SMS regulations with impunity, but under the new hands-off enforcement policy of Transport Canada under SMS, no action will be taken against corporate offenders if the problem is corrected in a timely fashion. So it's as though you travel 150 kilometers down the highway, but you decide that even if it comes to the attention of the police, that you voluntarily slowed your car and came back down under the speed limit, so there's going to be no action taken against you. It's not the way the law of the land should work, Mr. Speaker. The government contends that companies will no longer divulge safety problems without this provision. I think this is unconvincing, and it really is, again, a kind of an unwillingness to enforce what ought to be strict, visible, clear, public regulations that assure Canadians and all the traveling public of the utmost in safety. I just want to quote Dave Ritchie, the president of the Machinists Union, which represents mechanics and other ramp workers who are very concerned about safety. Mr. Ritchie says, without constant and effective public regulation, corporations will push the limits of safe operations at growing risk to the traveling public. While the government's intention to download the regulation and monitoring of safety to the private sector is dangerous, we're particularly concerned about the use of SMS in foreign repair stations. If the effective monitoring by Transport Canada of SMS in Canada is problematic, it's even more unlikely to happen at foreign work sites. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that Canadians rely on transportation. They have confidence in their transportation system. I believe we have to maintain that integrity. That is not the case with this bill. I regret that the proposed changes that would have made this bill acceptable have not been adopted in their entirety, and that Canadians will be the worse off for it. I regret to say again in closing that we will not be supporting this bill, and I think it's a real missed opportunity to reassure Canadians about their transportation safety. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to thank my colleague from Parkdale Hyde Park and commend her on the very clear concerns that she has articulated in regard to the secrecy surrounding this bill, lack of whistleblower protection, the lack of oversight, and maintenance shortcuts. Now, I know that the member was once an airline employee, and so she has a real insight into what happens and what will happen to the employees that are profoundly concerned about the impact of this legislation. And I wonder if she could comment about the effects that this will have on the people who work on the airplanes.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And airline employees in this country have been through incredible turmoil over the last 20 or so years with deregulation of the airline sector, incredible cutthroat competition. We've seen bankruptcies in some companies. We've seen layoffs in others. We've seen real attacks on the wages and working conditions of airline workers. And I fear that this may create a climate where people, in fact, are unwilling to raise their concerns because they don't believe that their voices, as the people closest to airline safety, will be listened to. I think it's a genuine concern that all MPs, and in fact all Canadians, ought to be concerned about.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have sat and listened to this debate for several months. As the chair of the Transportation Committee, I would like to advise the members that are speaking today that this was not something that was hidden from the public, as suggested by the members opposite. It was something that was not done without consultation, as suggested by the members opposite. It was something that was brought forward to the committee and was hashed over until all people involved and impacted were heard from directly. And most, if not all, of the recommendations that were brought forward from the public were adopted into the bill. This bill has been through the entire scrutiny process. And I would just like to ask the members opposite, they had a member that sat on that committee, spent hours discussing it. I just wonder if the members that are speaking here today are aware that the unions and associations that initially had concerns actually endorsed this bill at the end of the process. And I would like the member to comment on that, please.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While many of the proposed amendments that we made and many of the witnesses made have been adopted, clear concerns remain, and amongst many of the workers and their organizations who presented before the committee, they have not endorsed. They may have endorsed some of the changes that were made, but they do not endorse transferring responsibility for setting safety requirements and enforcing safety to the companies who are, in fact, in a hyper-competitive environment right now in the airline industry. I have to ask the honourable member, although I'm responding to his question, I have to ask him how, putting the companies themselves in this position is a little disingenuous. I don't believe that they themselves are asking for it, and it's a way to solve a problem for the government, which really doesn't want to pay to do enforcement themselves. And Canadians may like privatization of some things. I'm not sure they like privatization of safety enforcement. And I disagree with him that this is widely known by the public. I don't believe it is.
The honourable member for Western Arctic, under questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I too am, of course, concerned about aircraft safety, and it's been a part of my life through my entire years in living in the north and traveling through very many different conditions. But that's not what I'm focusing on here. I'm focusing on what were the guiding reasons behind the development of this bill. Was it to reduce the government's cost in providing a regulatory oversight to the industry? Was it to reduce the cost to the consumer? Was it to harmonize the Canadian regulations on aircraft safety in the industry across North America, so that perhaps in the future we could see that our skies would be open within Canada to competition from foreign carriers? What were the guiding principles that brought this bill forward at this time?
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can't pretend to know what was in the minds of the government members who initiated this bill. But we have to ask ourselves, what is government for? Surely one of the key roles of government is to protect its citizens from harm. And after the fact, to say we should have done this, or perhaps we should have been responsible for that, is cold comfort to people. I believe that part of the rationale is simply a transition in the public service, a generational change. It will be costly, and there's always a strategy that needs to be worked out to do that transition. I believe the government has not planned adequately for that, and this is a very cut-rate way to get out from under the responsibility of generational change in our inspectors, and it is transferring responsibility to the private sector, to the companies themselves, surely something which is one of the fundamental responsibilities of government. It is of great concern to the members of this caucus. I think if Canadians knew about it, would also be of great concern to them. And if my colleague raised the issue of harmonization with U.S. laws, if that is a rationale, then I would argue it is a poor one.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East should know there are 2 minutes left for both the question and the answer.
Thank you very much to advise me of that, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be brief. I want to thank the member from Parkdale High Park because I know that she has a very long history and association with the airline industry as someone who was a member of CAW and worked for the airlines and then within her union. So I think she is someone who is very, very familiar with this industry right on the ground. Not someone at the executive level, but someone who was very much immersed in the day-to-day operations. And I think the member has voiced the real concerns that we've heard in the NDP from ordinary workers who work in this industry, who are expressing their concerns about safety. And one of the issues that has come up is that they're going to change the way they deal with fatigue and work hours. It's called the Fatigue Risk Management System. And I think one of the concerns is that it will sort of take us away from the established practices under the Canada Labour Code, both Part 2 and Part 3. And I just wonder if she has any concerns about that we're setting up some sort of separate kind of program or entity that takes us some distance away from the Canada Labour Code.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park should know there are 40 seconds left to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue of work hours and fatigue are fundamental in the transportation sector and have been an issue of debate and negotiation over the years. There has been a push of late to lengthen the work hours and to reduce the number of personnel. It is a safety concern. I remind the members of the House of the Air France crash in Toronto, where in a fiery crash due to the quick action of the crew, not one person lost their life. That's the kind of job that airline workers do.
The honourable member for Vegreville-Wainwright is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during members' statements earlier today, there was a clock malfunction, I understand, with the Speaker's chair, and we've discussed this, and I would like to just present my member statement now, as it was interrupted earlier.
I'm aware of the fact that there were some technical glitches with the microphones at the time, and I recognize the honourable member for Vegreville-Wainwright to make his statement under Standing Order 31.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the tax man cometh. Yes, that's still true, but the good news is that he won't get nearly as much this year as he would have 2 years ago under that Liberal government. The tax relief people felt when they filled out their 2006 returns was noticed and appreciated. But the tax refund that my constituents will get for the 2007 tax year will be a pleasant change indeed. In fact, this Conservative government will leave $190 billion in the pockets of hard-working Canadians over the next 5 years. And what was the Liberal response? Well, this Conservative government reduced the GST from 7% to 5%, and the Liberals promised to reverse that reduction should they get into government again. That's right, they want to increase taxes. And why, Mr. Speaker? Because they consider taxes to be like Maxwell House coffee. It's good to the very last drop.
We're resuming debate under Bill C7, and I recognize the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And actually, just before I begin my comments on C7, I did just want to ask you a question about the statement that was just made. Not that we would have objected to it, because I didn't understand that there was a problem with the timing on the clock, but was that done as a point of order, or was it something that would have required unanimous consent because we were, in effect, intervening in a debate? We wouldn't have objected, I just want to make that clear, but just as a matter of process, could the Speaker maybe advise us? I actually was sort of waiting for a motion to be put so that the member could have done his statement.
The honourable member has a point. It was my understanding that there was an implied unanimous consent, and next time I'll be more prudent. The honourable member for Vancouver East is recognized to resume debate on Bill C7, I hope.
Well, first of all, I appreciate your response, and I do want to make it clear to the member we wouldn't have denied unanimous consent, because obviously making our statements in the House is something that is important to each member, and if there's a glitch with the clock, well, that should be corrected, but maybe next time we'll do it through unanimous consent. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to rise in the House to speak on C7. As we know, that this was a bill that was in the last session of Parliament. It was then known as Bill C6, and I want to say right off that the NDP were very instrumental, and we worked as a very tight group in the last days of that session to actually fight this bill and to try and keep it from going through the House. It was at third reading then, and I'm sure that my colleagues will remember that we rose in those last few days and we kept the debate going. And I've heard a number of members today in the House raise questions about that. You know, what is the NDP doing? Why are they trying to hold up this bill? It's a great bill. It was, you know, it had a great hearing in committee and all these witnesses were heard and the bill's been fixed if there were problems. And as we know, the government obviously is supporting the bill. The Liberals who first initiated this bill when they were government, of course, they're supporting the bill like they're supporting a whole number of things now from the Conservative government, including the speech from the throne and the so-called mini-budget. So it's not any surprise to us that they're supporting this bill, the aeronautics bill, and the members of the BQ have also been supporting the bill. But I do want to put on the record, Mr. Speaker, that the reason we wish to hold it up in June and we fought it is because we think that this bill is flawed. We think that this bill has not had the scrutiny that it deserves, and we have had repeated concerns brought to us, particularly by the labour movement, people who work in this industry, who have a tremendous amount of experience and knowledge. They work on the ground, just like the member from Parkdale High Park when she spoke, and the knowledge that she has on this industry. And I can tell members of the House that we take that very seriously. And so in our humble opinion, we're one party in this House, but we believe that we do have a responsibility, that if we don't think a bill is good enough, if we think that a bill is not right, we shouldn't just roll over and let it go through. And so that's why in June we debated this bill and we tried to hold it up, and in fact we did hold it up. It would have gone through. And then, as we know, the Prime Minister prorogued the House. And, I mean, it's very ironic because, you know, that we're told by the government that these bills are so critical and they're being held up by the opposition, in this case this bill by the NDP, and yet it was the government itself, it was the Prime Minister himself who prorogated the House and in effect killed all of the bills that were before the House of Commons. I mean, that was the tactic that was employed, to buy some time, see the by-elections, the Ontario election, whatever the reasons were that they had in their minds. We're obviously not privy to that, but it was the government itself that decided to prorogue the House, delay the return of Parliament, and to, in effect, kill this bill in its former version, which was Bill C6. As we know, this bill has now been brought back. It was still at third reading, and we successfully, in the NDP, put forward an amendment to what's called a HoC motion to now have this bill sent back to the committee. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure you and other members that we did that on the basis of our concerns. We did that on the basis that we really do believe that this bill should go back to the committee, and it may well be that other members are satisfied. It may well be that other members think that this is a fine bill and they think that's the end of the story. We do not. We think that there are significant concerns that should be addressed, and so from our point of view, we are doing our job as parliamentarians to debate this legislation, to defend the public interest, to represent the public interest, and to represent the interests of public safety, particularly as it relates to airline safety. And, Mr. Speaker, on that regard, I do want to, on the record, mention the tremendous work of our transport critic. He's no longer our transport critic, but the member for Burnaby New Westminster, who, you know, almost single-handedly raised the issues around this bill, alerted people out in the broader community so that they could come before committee, and he has really gone through this bill with a fine-tooth comb, looking for what the changes are that are about to take place. And that's really where we have a very strong difference with other members in the House, because we think that the changes that are proposed in C7, the aeronautics bill, are changes that are not in the public interest. They will not improve and strengthen safety provisions in the airline industry, and we are extremely concerned that overall this is sort of the beginning of a slippery slope. And in fact, one might argue that that slippery slope began a long time ago with previous liberal governments who began with this massive environment of privatization and deregulation. We know that it's something that the airline industry, the big airline industry, has long coveted. And so we are now in that environment where deregulation and privatization are the dictum of the day. But when it comes to safety, I truly believe that Canadians, whether they live in large urban centres and mostly access airline travel through large airports like Pearson or Vancouver or Montreal, wherever it might be, but also Canadians who live in smaller communities and rely on regional airports that maybe don't have the same kind of equipment, technology that is available in the larger centres. I'll tell you, those people They absolutely rely on us as parliamentarians to go through this kind of legislation, and if there's a shadow of a doubt that it doesn't meet a strong and high standard around safety and protecting the public and protecting the people who work in that industry, I think they expect us to not allow this legislation to pass. And so, Mr. Speaker, that's what we're attempting to do here, is to bring those concerns forward. And as the member from Parkdale High Park said, she raised the question, what is the government for? What do we do in this place? Well, we do many things. We all have issues that we represent in our riding. But I would say overall, we do have a responsibility to represent that broader public interest against all kinds of pressures, from big corporations, from offshore interests, from people who, have an agenda, the CEOs who've got an agenda just to look at the bottom line. Our job here is to make those balances and to, I believe, overall represent the public interest. So, Mr. Speaker, I do want to speak a little bit about the specific concerns that I have about this bill that I know are shared by my colleagues in the New Democratic Party. And they revolve around really three key questions, one of which is the new safety management system, the SMS as it's being called. The second involves the immunity from prosecutions from airlines that violate safety rules under certain conditions. And the third one is the heightened secrecy and the fact that there will be less access to information on the safety performance of airlines under this bill than we had previously. And I think it raises the question as to why. Why would this bill take us in that direction? And I'm actually not sure that I know the answer to that, other than I think it's a really bad direction, and we shouldn't allow it to happen. I think it is part of this bigger picture of deregulation. It's part of a bigger picture, certainly, that the Conservative government has adopted, that it's better to have no rules. It's better to allow self-regulation by industry. And, there may be some instances where that is warranted. But I think, by and large, that is not a good direction to take, particularly with the airline industry. So, Mr. Speaker, speaking on the first point, the new safety management systems, this is really at the heart of the bill that we are debating today. And we do believe that it will affect the safety of the travelling public and crew members. We're very concerned that this SMS system is supposed to be a management system that's being developed that will allow air operators to improve their safety levels by building on existing safety regulators. And in fact, we know that Transport Canada, both at committee and elsewhere, have insisted that this new safety management system is actually not a deregulation, but we actually think that it is. And there we begin our entrance into the slippery slope. We believe that it is part of a deregulation. It is part of a significant change for two reasons. First of all, there will be a new role for the regulator that will increase the level of delegation that was actually previously performed by Transport Canada. And that role will be delegated to the airlines themselves. And again, many of our members in the NDP have spoken on this particular issue over the last few days, because we're very concerned that when you have a function that was carried out by a government department, Transport Canada, even though there might have been issues with that, there might have been concerns over various situations that arose, but overall, one has some level of faith in a government agency, Transport Canada, to actually perform that function of a safety management system. To now move that and to shift it to the airlines themselves and to make them, in effect, self-regulating in terms of safety rules and self-monitoring is something that we should be very concerned about. And I think we need to ask the question as to where this will lead. If we allow this to happen here, in what other industries or in what other instances will it also now happen? Is this the direction that certainly the previous government was taking, but it now appears the Conservative government is also taking? Related to this question, Mr. Speaker, of the safety management system is the question, there's also a transfer of the determination of appropriate risk levels, again, from Transport Canada to the airlines. And so we would argue that this is, again, moving the rules and moving the responsibility from a public agency, from government, that is accountable to the House of Commons, to the people of Canada, that it's shifting the responsibility from the responsibility of government to the airlines themselves. And so, again, the public interest becomes, the public interest becomes just a little less clear. And so we have to question whether or not that shift in the safety management system will actually mean that there's a greater interest in terms of what the interests are of those private shareholders. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think that those are very serious questions, and I wasn't at the committee. I'll be the first to say that. Obviously, our member from Burnaby New Westminster was at the committee, and I know in speaking with our member that there were very detailed discussions. There were witnesses who came forward at the committee who expressed their concerns about this particular function of the safety management system. And again, I realize that there are members of this House who are satisfied with what they heard from the department. They're satisfied with what they see in the bill, but we're not. And so on that ground alone, and that's certainly our first concern, the new safety management system, we are not satisfied that the public interest test has been met. We are very skeptical about this movement of responsibility from the government to the airlines themselves, and we're very concerned about what the consequences of that might be in the long term for the traveling public and also for people who work in the airline industry who all of a sudden are working in an environment where it becomes sort of a self-regulating situation. And I think it's much preferable to have an outside body that has clearly established rules and regulations and benchmarks in terms of what risk levels are, what safety levels are, so that people who work in that industry and who may feel the pressure from their employers, right, to cut a little corner here, cut a little something there, maybe not do it exactly, there are those pressures in the workplace. And so having the clear mandate of Transport Canada to lay out that level is something that's very important for the workers in that industry who have something that they can call on. So that's our first concern, Mr. Speaker. The second concern, as I mentioned, has to do with what we understand to be the immunity from prosecution for airlines that violates safety rules under certain conditions. And again, this is something that I think the public should be very worried about. We need to be very clear that under this proposal, Transport Canada has not granted whistleblower protection to employees who may report that their air operator is not following the law. And I actually find this very ironic because this is the government that in its first bill that it brought in after its election in a minority parliament, the first bill that they brought in that the NDP actually supported, Bill C2, the Accountability Act. The Accountability Act was meant to be about setting out broad parameters and very specific provisions and regulations to ensure that there was accountability there was whistleblower protection, that people could be protected in their workplace. And so it seems to me rather ironic that now under Bill C-7, we have a number of provisions that will provide immunity from prosecution, doesn't have whistleblower protection, and so that really creates a very uncertain environment for people who may be in the know, who may have information that they think is important, may feel that they have an individual obligation to report violations or to report situations that they feel are not safe, and yet they will not be protected. So we think that this is another serious issue and another serious flaw in this bill, and another reason why it should be sent back to committee, Mr. Speaker. The third issue that I'd like to outline has to do with the fact that there will be less access to information on the safety performance of airlines. Now, you know, we all read from time to time really serious incidents that take place in air travel. I think it's something that alarms people. You know, I like other members of the House, I travel a lot. I mostly travel between Vancouver and Ottawa. And, you know, I don't particularly like using air travel. I do it because I have to, because I'm from Vancouver, and it's the way I get to work, and it's the way I get home. But, you know, you sort of have this faith that, you know, the pilots know what they're doing, the flight attendants know what they're doing, the ground crews know what they're doing, and I do. I have a lot of confidence in those people. In fact, I was on a flight the other day, leaving from Pearson to go to Toronto, to Vancouver, and we were like zooming down the runway, just about to take off, and just before the takeoff, the pilot, you could feel it, he slammed on the brakes, and it was very clear we weren't going to take off. And we came to a halt, and everybody sort of went, oh, what's going on? And the pilot, the captain came on the public announcement system and said there was something wrong. He didn't know what it was, but there was something wrong, and so he aborted the takeoff. And I can tell you, there were, 300 people on that plane were hugely relieved that he made that decision, and we didn't take off. And we went back to the gate. We sat around for an hour, which nobody really minded because they're checking out safety provisions. And in the end, the aircraft was grounded. We all had to get off. We all had to scramble around for other flights. And so that aircraft was grounded. And I was glad it was grounded because I sure as heck didn't want to fly in a plane that might be unsafe. And so, I think this is something that people very much worry about, and we rely on those professionals to make the right decision, even at the last minute, even at the last second. And I see you're giving me 1 minute. But with this bill, Mr. Speaker, there will be less security on those issues. We believe that. There will be less access to information to even find out what it is that's going on. So, for example, there are 7 sections of the Aeronautics Act that will be added to the Schedule 2 of the Access to Information Act to ensure that there is no access to information. Why is that? Why, again, would we have this shift? So, Mr. Speaker, I do have other issues to raise, but those are some of the concerns that I put forward for my party, and the reason why we believe that this bill should be sent back to committee and given a thorough review. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, and I'll tell you, I've sat here patiently all day listening to the NDP filibuster this bill. Yep. And the member's comments at the end actually speaks in volumes for the support of the bill. The very fact that the pilot had the authority to stop the plane before it took off is exactly what safety management systems are all about. Absolutely. It empowers every person within the system to shut down a plane if it isn't safe.
That's what the people of Canada want. That's what Canadian travelers want. That's what travelers want all over the world, Mr. Speaker. They want the people that work every day in this system to have the authority to have some control on the safety issues of flying in Canada. I would ask the member, would she please advise her caucus to stop the filibuster, support this bill, and move it through as Canadians demand it and want the safety that it provides.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his comments, and I guess I would say that, you know, it's unfortunate that he would see this as a filibuster. In actual fact, that the rules have changed so much in this place that you actually can't filibuster anymore. We are actually debating in a regular way, during a regular, routine legislative process, third reading, a motion that was legitimately put by the NDP because of the concerns we have. So this idea that we're holding it up, you know, filibustering. Well, first of all, filibustering itself, Mr. Speaker, is a time-honored thing that has been used by all parties in this House, and it was actually the former government who clamped down on it and have changed the rules so that it's almost impossible to do. But, I mean, even on that principal point alone, it's what is filibustering about? Well, filibustering is very much a part of the parliamentary process. It's very much a part of the tradition of democracy. But that's not what we're doing here, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'd like to throw it back to the member. Why is this government so intent on rushing through legislation that requires a proper review by committee and by this House? That is our right to do that here. And I respect the member's view that he thinks the bill is terrific. You know, I respect his conclusion on that, but he should respect our conclusion that we don't think that this bill is right. And in terms of the issue of safety, Mr. Speaker, the situation that I outlined is under the existing process. And yes, pilots do have, the captains do have control to make that decision. But what we're talking about in this bill is going to be a very dramatic shift in terms of the way these rules work, in terms of relying more on the airlines themselves to do these kinds of regulatory inspections and safety checks and mechanisms that are now in place through Transport Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, if the member is right in his assertion, then why do we have this bill before us? It's clearly because there are significant changes taking place. We believe that those changes are not in the right direction, that they do pose consequences for both the industry and for the public, and therefore we uphold our right to debate in this House what those changes are about and the fact that we don't agree with them, and we'll do that. It's not filibustering. We'll do that at third reading, as we did in June. And we hope that it will be sent back to committee, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Argentais-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to come back, Mr. Speaker, to something. I think that my colleague, who is the chairman of the committee, said something that was excellent. We want to avoid what has happened in the past. I want the NDP to understand clearly, because presently the safety management system is in operation. If somebody were to prosecute, say, an airline company, somebody who would have decided to say that there was a problem with security. I'm thinking of what happened at Pearson Airport. But the systems are operating already. Well, what we want is to be sure that the employees who use this system are going to be protected from retaliation. We don't want to have this bill prevented from coming to fruition. We want to see it, of course, improved by everybody, by the opposition, but I think that we want to see it come to fruition as well.
Well, I thank the member for his question, And I think we do share some of the same concerns about the protection of workers and about their ability to be able to carry out their job without reprisal. Maybe we have come to a different conclusion about this bill, because my understanding is that the members of the bloc are satisfied with this bill, and they think it contains enough provision for the concerns that they had. Mr. Speaker, we have not yet come to that conclusion, and if I might add just to what the member said, in addition to the concerns that I put forward about the safety management system and the immunity from prosecution and the deletion of 7 sections from the access to information, there's another area that we're also concerned about, which is what's called the fatigue risk management system, which is to deal with employees who do work long hours, who have very onerous and serious responsibilities. And we're very concerned that rather than sticking to Part 2 and Part 3 of the Canada Labour Code, that this new system, again, will be sort of a differentiation. I mean, the Canada Labour Code is to protect federally regulated workers, which would include the airline industry. And now, if there are problems with that code, and in fact, there are issues with the code, we know that the Arthur report that was 2 years in the making, was sitting on the minister's desk, does deal with issues about employment standards and occupational health and safety. There are issues within the Canada Labour Code that need to be improved, and the Arthur report is one demonstration of that. But nevertheless, we do have concern about the introduction of the fatigue risk management system and how, again, it will be a departure from what has been established as overall procedures and regulations and policies that protect workers on the basis of safety, on the basis of being able to report information, on the basis of their work hours, fatigue, overtime, those kinds of questions, and that, again, this bill is sort of creating a different kind of entity. So that is actually another of the concerns that we have with this bill.
I see both members from Western Arctic and London Fanshawe rise. I recognize the honourable member for London Fanshawe. There's less than 2 minutes for both the question and the answer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague, and it seems to me, after what happened in my city, London, Ontario, that infrastructure and the things that keep people safe are very much in trouble in this country. Last Wednesday, we had a $190 billion cut to the capacity of government to make sure that there are safety elements in place. And I wonder if the member could comment on the fact that this $190 billion funding cut could very seriously impact on the government's capacity to ensure airline safety.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I understand that the member has a big hole in the middle of London that she's dealing with, and certainly is very symbolic of the massive gap in terms of federal funding for infrastructure that affects local communities. And I have to agree with her that the mini-budget that we saw a few days ago and this huge loss of fiscal capacity from the federal government is going to have a massive impact, not only in our local communities, and I think her community of London is a glaring example of that, has a huge impact in my riding of East Vancouver, where we're facing infrastructure issues, but it also will impact on the operation of government and our ability to provide a full measure of safety. We know that there are cutbacks in the federal civil service. We know that there are cutbacks in various departments, and this diminishes the capacity of the government to, again, represent that public interest, to protect the public, to ensure that safety standards are being fully met. So on the one hand, we have this bill that looks like it's going to go through at some point that will be a huge shift in how safety is conducted. And on the other hand, we have a greatly diminished federal capacity through a conscious decision or these massive corporate tax breaks that will affect the very operation of government itself. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that that's very bad news for Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to speak to this Bill C-7 because, Mr. Speaker, I come from a northern environment where air traffic is essential to the very nature of the communities. Mr. Speaker, as well, I grew up on an airport. My father was an airport manager, worked for the Department of Transportation for 30 years. And I think right now he would be very annoyed with me if I didn't stand up and speak out on the issues surrounding air safety. And for my honourable colleagues in the Conservative Party that seem to think that a voice in the House of Parliament is something that is not important, that someone showing a side of Canada that perhaps is not fully represented here is somehow degrading to this House, I think is really an unfortunate turn of words. I'm up here to represent my constituents as best as possible on a matter of serious significance to them. You know, Mr. Speaker, when we think of aircraft safety, we think of maintenance safety. When we think of those issues clearly, and we can take anecdotal examples. I can think of the example of what happened last week in Sweden, where corrosion on a part on a landing gear on one of our Canadian-built planes resulted in the plane collapsing on the runway, with luckily no civilian deaths, but a situation which came out because of maintenance schedules that obviously weren't adequate for the situation that that plane was in. So when we talk about maintenance schedules on aircraft, we have a great concern with that process. Mr. Speaker, I can give you another example. I was at the Edmonton airport last year in the winter waiting to go north on a scheduled aircraft carrier, and we all trooped aboard the plane, and we sat and we waited. And yes, the pilot did an inspection finally and came up with the fact that there was a football-sized dent in the rear aileron. Obviously missed by the maintenance staff, obviously missed even though they did have a maintenance schedule in place. This plane was emptied and on we went. Now, I'd like to understand, as well as everyone else on that flight, why that happened. With the absence of proper ability to access that information, we wouldn't have those answers. Without careful attention to a regulatory and an inspection process that can guarantee that we have high standards of maintenance, we can see this sort of thing occurring all the way down the line. If I could take a step backward and speak to the aircraft industry as a whole, Mr. Speaker, in the North especially, we are being impacted by changing climate conditions. Just this fall alone, we've seen major problems in airport shutdowns, in Norman Wells, in Inuvik, for a whole 4 days at our diamond mines where they lost 4 days of production. We see these problems all over because of the changing climatic conditions. Yet, the past government had reduced the federal government's role in maintaining aviation weather. And we see many of our airports across the north don't have adequate weather equipment, don't have observers on the ground providing information on a regular basis, even though these conditions are changing and they're putting the traveling public at hazard. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't last year that I flew out of Inuvik on a plane when the weather had changed, and there's enormous pressure to fly in the north because people are trying to meet schedules, industrial activities ramping up, everything's going much faster. I got on a plane, flew 50 miles and never went more than 200 feet off the ground. Well, I wasn't too concerned because I'm flying in the Delta, and that's a situation where there is no hills higher than 200 feet. Although I knew it wasn't probably legal, we went along with it. But you know, Mr. Speaker, on the way back, when I got back to the airport in Inuvik, I found the same weather system had ended up in a tremendous tragedy for that airline company about 200 miles away, where their airplane did fly into a hill in the same weather system, under the same kinds of pressures to deliver passengers when the weather conditions are so difficult. Now, what we did with 8 aircraft weather safety as a cost-cutting measure with Transport Canada, how it's impacted on us for many years is an object lesson that we should apply to aircraft maintenance as well. We need to have a strong system in this country run by the government that guarantees that aircraft maintenance is carried out in a proper fashion. You know, of the 27 public airports in the Northwest Territories, only 6 have paved runways. The other 21 have gravel runways, and 23 aerodromes are certified. The others are registered aerodromes. You know, the Northern Air Transport Association called on the government to increase the length of northern runways and to improve the instrument landing systems available everywhere. We talk about northern sovereignty, Mr. Speaker, but most of our military planes can't land anywhere in the north because the runways are too short. The instrument landing systems are not adequate. This is a federal government responsibility to maintain a standard for all of us across this country. We've privatized airports. We've caused these issues by our relentless concern over the bottom line. You know, the Prime Minister is proposing a deep-sea port at Nanisivik. Well, he should consider that airport in Nanisivik is really difficult with fogging conditions many, many times in the year. You know, once again, the condition of aviation in the north has deteriorated with the changing climate, and we need a different response other than the government saying they're going to get out of inspecting aircraft for maintenance conditions. In 2004, there was a total of 93,000 aircraft arrivals and departures at NWT airports. That was up almost 15% from the year before and 25% from the year before that. So we're seeing an enormous increase in traffic required up there, Mr. Speaker. Yet we have small carriers that are reliant on maintenance staff that are transient in nature, and that transientness may not, with a strong Canada-wide system, may not be that bad. But when we start breaking down maintenance systems by individual aircraft companies, when we start setting standards in a fashion that the technicians and mechanics that service these planes will have to relearn every time they join a new company, these are difficult issues for aircraft maintenance and safety. This is what we're creating with this bill. You know, you can say, well, we've kept some inspectors, and I understand that is the case, but if you degrade the inspection system in Canada by reducing the personnel, you are not going to have the same quality of system at the end of the day. So, yes, I stand up asking questions about this bill. Absolutely. And, you know, I support the work of our previous transport critic, the member from Burnaby, New Westminster. And, you know, in his discussions with me, he indicated to me that the bill was moving in the right direction, but he felt that the work that they had in bringing the amendments forward at the last moment changed. and all the good words and all the goodwill that was on that committee evaporated at the end. And that was the problem that we had last June. That's why he asked us to stand up and talk about this bill, because many of the issues that we had assumed were going to be included in and taken care of through amendments were just not happening. You know, the level of air safety achieved in commercial aviation is in no small part the result of adding levels of responsibility. The delegation or devolution proposals of Bill C-7 go directly against this principle of redundancy. By effectively removing regulatory oversight, you remove a fallback position. Yet that doesn't seem to be of concern to Southern members of Parliament, to the two larger parties that have such a strong principle of laissez-faire business in this country. But when you examine what this means to the system, to reduce the inspection level, to eliminate the ongoing development of a federally controlled and regulated air transport system in this country, what you're doing is changing direction in a direction that we don't consider appropriate. And I'm sure most of Canadians support us in that, if they would just understand what the bill is going to do, what it's going to create, the direction that it's moving in us in, just as we have seen through the rest of the deregulation of the aircraft industry across this country. Transport Canada's own documents that admit that the level of air safety has not substantially improved during the past 10 years. This is a reversal of the past history of commercial aviation, where safety records were constantly improving. What's happening here? Why is that happening? And how is this bill going to change that? Well, it's going to change it for the worse. It's going to continue the process that's going on right now, where through the deregulation of the industry, more and more of the decisions are being taken by people on the ground in situations where cost becomes a factor. So, how can we support this bill? How can we be assured that what we're doing is in the best interests of Canadians? Studies have shown that the European community has an enviable aviation safety record, yet Europe has not and is not delegating or devolving its safety responsibilities to private designated organizations. The United States, which was the first to engage in economic deregulation, is not deregulating safety. Excuse me. After Enron, Hollinger, and WorldCom, governments are strengthening their regulation and enforcement of corporate governance. If you cannot rely on corporate directors and their audit committees to regulate financial activities where shareholders' money rather than the public lives are at stake, how can you count on the boards of directors of private aviation concerns, whose legal duties are to shareholders, to take full accountability for previously regulated areas of passenger safety? These are questions that this bill skirts. These are questions that Canadians don't want ignored. There can be only really one goal in aviation safety. It's not to understand how we can nickel-dime the system in order to provide a lower cost to compete with other carriers. The only goal should be the highest possible level of safety. And that's what we're after here. That's why we're standing up one after another speaking on this bill. It's not because we have any other interest at heart at all. It's not because we have the interest of large businesses. It's not because we have the interests of large unions. It's because we have the interests of public safety in our minds. Euphemisms such as risk management, best practicable, level of safety and commensurate with cost effectiveness are really not the kinds of words that we use. They're not the kinds of words that work for Northerners. We have a difficult time enough, Mr. Speaker, traveling throughout the North. We don't want it made more difficult. We don't want our airline companies to be even further pushed to the limit through competition, through larger companies coming in, where they're taking risks that they know are risks, where they're taking risks that perhaps they don't know are risks. Without this bill doesn't answer the questions for me. This bill doesn't answer the questions for Northerners. When we stand up here, we stand up in good reason. We stand up for a purpose, and we'll continue to stand up on this. And, Mr. Speaker, to all those that are flying in airplanes across this country that may be listening to this debate, I urge you to speak to your MPs, to ask them to tell you whether this bill is going to increase your safety in the air. And if they can give you a good answer, then they should be saying it here in the House of Commons. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from the Northern Arctic for his very fine remarks, and I think along with the other colleagues in the NDP, we've put forward some of our very serious concerns about this bill today, and I think the member has brought some of his personal experience to this debate, which I think is a very legitimate thing to do. And I'd like to ask the member if he is concerned at all that that this bill, as well as moving to a separate safety management system outside of Transport Canada, is also moving to a separate system for fatigue risk purposes, the amount of time that employees are working on the job. And as I've outlined in debate earlier, there is concern about the distance that's being created with this bill to the Canada Labour Code, and I just wonder if he would comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic, although he's got 9 minutes left, should know that there's only 1 minute left today.
Speaker, I just want to mention that the working conditions for mechanics, for technicians on aircraft vary considerably across the country. I've seen mechanics out working with Herman Nelsons under tarps fixing aircraft because of course their airlines don't have the luxury of a heated hangar. We have people that have to ensure that aircraft fly at all times of night and day and in very bad conditions, and my heart goes with them because I grew up with many of them, and they are sincerely trying to do their best job. But, Mr. Speaker, when I spoke to them about this bill, they all had serious concerns. When I spoke to senior mechanics about the nature of this bill, they said no.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. When Bill C7 returns to the House, there will be 8 minutes left under questions and comments for the Honourable Member for Western Arctic. Madame Bennett.
Ms. Bennett. Orders of the day.
Business, second reading of Bill C-378, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act and the Food and Drugs Regulations, drug export restrictions. Standing in the name of Ms. Bennett.
Madame Bennett.
Ms. Bennett, seconded by Ms. Redmond, moves that Bill C-378, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act and the Food and Drug Regulations, drug export restrictions, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to have the opportunity this afternoon to discuss with my colleagues from all parties Bill C-378, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act and the Food and Drug Regulations, drug export restrictions. Although, Mr. Speaker, I wish that I didn't have to do this bill again, and it would be very simple for the government to have dealt with this during the prorogation and actually make this bill unnecessary, but they still refuse to act. My bill is aimed at controlling the cross-border trade in prescription drugs and vaccines. The bill would amend the Food and Drugs Act to prohibit the export of drugs set out in Schedules D and F to the Food and Drug Regulations, vaccines and prescription drugs, except as permitted under the regulations. The bill would make it an offence under the Food and Drug Act to export prescription drugs in prohibited circumstances. By amending the Food and Drugs Act, the legislation will protect Canadians. My bill is constructed to protect the Canadian pharmaceutical supply from being bulk exported south of the border. There is such a large price differential between American and Canadian pharmaceutical prices that there is great pressure on the U.S. at this time to import cheaper drugs from Canada. With over 35 million members, AARP is the leading nonprofit, nonpartisan membership organization for people aged 50 and over in the United States. It wields an enormous amount of power and is at this time launching a very major communication initiative. However, during my meeting with the organization in Washington in the spring, it was clear that its real intention was not to import pills from Canada, but to import prices from Canada and to make Americans very angry that they were paying too much for brand-name prescription drugs. Let me put it plainly. Canada cannot become America's discount drugstore. Canada needs to protect itself from dramatic expansion of importation by the U.S. of drugs intended for our patients. The prospect of the U.S. legalizing large-scale purchases from our domestic supply is real. In fact, every Democratic Party presidential candidate is in favour of importation legislation. The threat to Canada's drug supply increased on January 10th of this year after some U.S. politicians stepped up their efforts to facilitate bulk imports of prescription drugs from Canada with the introduction of the Pharmaceutical Market Access and Drug Safety Act of 2007. The legislation was introduced by Senators Dorgan and Snow and Representatives Emanuel and Emerson, who are co-sponsoring the companion House legislation. The legislation, which has the backing of key U.S. Democrats and Republicans, would allow individuals to directly order medication from outside the U.S. It would allow U.S. licensed pharmacists and wholesalers to import FDA-approved medications from a number of countries, including Canada. In May, Senators both approved the measure and then voted to require U.S. health authorities to certify drug imports were safe. Since the U.S. Drug Administration already made it clear that it will not provide certification, the bill was dead on arrival. However, on Wednesday, the U.S. Senate adopted U.S. Senator David Vitter's drug reimportation amendment to the U.S. Senate Labor, Health and Human Services and Education Department appropriations bill. In addition to foot traffic, Vitter's amendments would also allow mail order and internet importation for Canada. Several steps remain in the U.S. Congress before such a bill is signed into law, but influential lawmakers are on the march on this issue. It is like a voodoo from a video game. It will just not be killed. And in addition, the House Budget Office has recently completed a budgetary impact analysis demonstrating the savings that would follow the adoption of importation legislation. The analysis will give additional incentives to pass legislation in the context of the bill's budget negotiations. Any of these measures pose an imminent and serious threat to the security and integrity of Canada's drug supply, and a genuine threat to the health of Canadians. It may have been good short-term politics, but it is terrible long-term policy. American seniors are rightfully outraged by the high prices of pharmaceuticals in their country, but outsourcing price controls is not a responsible approach. In Canada, we have addressed price control with the Patent and Medicine Prices Review Board, which regulates drug prices to ensure that the prices of patent-protected brand-name drugs are not excessive. Canada has regulated drug prices for the past 15 years. The United States does not have a similar control mechanism, and the problem is exacerbated by U.S. drug companies spending millions of dollars every year to defend their higher prices. Every year, U.S. drug companies spend hundreds of millions of dollars on political influence, including lobbying, campaign donations, and extensive ad campaigns to defend their high prices and fight against price control. The American drug industry employs over 600 lobbyists in Washington alone, more than one for every member of Congress. This system drives U.S. prices even higher. Autre différence importante entre
There's another important difference between the regulation system in Canada and the United States. In the United States, there are many controversial aspects. In the first months of 2002, the American pharmaceutical industry spent over $16 billion promoting their products to doctors and consumers. This lobbying and promotion makes prices rise, and these prices rise in all countries in the West.
Prescription drug advertising. I would also like to discuss how drug importation legislation represents a threat to American patients by allowing relinquishment of necessary community-based medication monitoring and management at increasing risk from potential counterfeit drugs. The incidence of counterfeit drugs is small but is growing in developed nations. The recent tragic death of a British Columbia resident determined by a coroner to have been caused by counterfeit medicine in her possession serves as a reminder that North America is not immune from this global phenomenon. The counterfeiting of medicines is an issue that threatens the quality and integrity of Canada's drug supply, a problem that will be greatly exacerbated if U.S. drug importation legislation is passed into law without a clear and effective Canadian prohibition on bulk drug exportation. I was pleased to see the Public Safety Committee's report entitled Counterfeit Goods in Canada, a Threat to Public Safety, which included this recommendation. The Government of Canada instituted a campaign to raise awareness of counterfeit and pirated goods to make the public aware of the economic and social costs associated with this scourge and emphasize the public health and safety hazards they represent. That campaign should also raise Canadians' awareness of the involvement of organized crime in the counterfeiting and piracy of goods. Internationally, the WHO is very concerned about counterfeit drugs. The WHO has struck the International Medical Products Anti-Counterfeiting Task Force, tasked with increasing international collaboration to combat counterfeiting. I would also like to point out that allowing bulk prescription drug imports would not significantly reduce U.S. prescription prices for very long. Even a recent University of Texas study concluded that based on the worst-case scenario, Canada's stocks of prescription drugs would amount to about a 38-day supply for the United States, assuming all U.S. medications were Canadian-sourced. Once U.S. demand depletes Canadian stocks, prices will almost certainly rise, narrowing or even possibly eliminating the difference between U.S. and Canadian pharmaceutical prices. Some may argue that Canadians should just increase manufacturing of pharmaceuticals to meet the U.S. demand. L'industrie pharmaceutique canadienne.
The Canadian pharmaceutical industry is innovative, but it is working also to create medications to help Canadians and the Canadian medical industry. They are taking into account the needs of the population and the medical needs. Manufacturers produce enough drugs to meet the expected national need. As a result, there is a problem if exporting countries export too much medication and not enough is available to their countries. The regulations differ from one country to another, and clearly, if we want to address the American or South American drug issues, we may find that they don't meet the needs of Canadian patients. We need to make sure that we use Canadian regulations to manage our patent medicine supply. We need to make sure that we do not address only American needs.
Perspective, it is almost virtually impossible to do. I would like to underline again that Canada cannot meet the prescription drug needs of approximately 280 million Americans without putting our own supply at risk. Take, for example, the events of fall of 2005. In November 2005, when Roche Canada took the unprecedented step of suspending sales of Tamiflu to the Canadian market, there were reports that internet pharmacies were busily filling foreign prescriptions at a significant profit. One BC pharmacy alone was reported filling 400 orders a day from the U.S. That is a significant number when, according to the Canadian Pharmacists Association, only 4,000 Canadians received that drug that September. Another internet pharmacy in Montreal issued news releases promoting to U.S. customers its Tamiflu stocks. The Canadian Pharmacists Association reacted to the Tamiflu incident by saying that the government should have acted to protect the country's supply of the drug. Again, when supply gets siphoned off to the U.S., it is Canadians who come up short. This situation is a perfect example of the types of scenarios Canadian patients will face if Canadian governments continue to allow drugs to be diverted to the U.S. This is not an issue unique to North America. In April of this year, the European Union passed Resolution 31, stating, is concerned about the intention of the U.S. Congress to authorize parallel imports of medicines from the EU member states that may create obstacles to the EU patient supply and favor counterfeiting of medicines. Ask the EU, therefore, to raise this issue at the forthcoming summit. I would also like to take the opportunity to commend my colleague, the member from Vancouver South, who in 2005, when he was health minister, anticipated this problem and put forward legislation, Bill C-28, to consensus in the House. Unfortunately, an election was called before the bill went forward. Current Canadian policy is to use only reactive measures and seek to manage shortages once they have already occurred. This is not enough, and it may well be too late. The issue of bulk exports to other countries of medicines and vaccines destined to Canadians should be an issue of concern to all of us. It is particular interest to the Canadian Pharmacists Association and the Ontario Pharmacists Association. I believe that passage of Bill C-378 is essential to protect the supply and integrity of prescription drugs here in Canada, and will send a strong message to our American colleagues of the futility of their short-sighted legislative initiative. I urge all colleagues to support my private member's Bill C-378, or to call upon the government to make it unnecessary.
Questions and comments. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to the member's comments with interest. I note that her comments began by criticizing the current government, but which I find very hypocritical, because when the issue of drug exports from Canada to the United States was at its peak, occurred under the previous Liberal government, a government in which this member was a minister. The peak was in 2004. This minister, or the former minister of Public Health and the former health minister did nothing at that time. The peak flowed by, and they continued to do nothing. And the member mentioned that they brought forward a bill. Well, that was not only was it poorly worded and unnecessary, it just again shows how the Liberal parties know, is all talk and no action. And at the time, in 2004, it should also be noted that the Canadian dollar was in the 70 cents range. Today, it closed at over $1.07. So a lot of the economic benefit has been eroded due to the increase in the Canadian dollar. Moreover, the internet pharmacy business, for example, Mr. Speaker, has collapsed. As far as the U.S. regulations are concerned, the White House opposes the bill. The Congress is divided. It has little chance of passing, and even if it does pass, there's a poison pill in the bill. So Canadian drugs are not under threat, and today, certainly a lot less under threat than they were under the Liberal regime when they did nothing. So why didn't, if this member is so concerned about the issue, why didn't you do something in the 13 years that they were in government in 2000 or 2001? Why are they raising it now? It's just another example of Liberal hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. So that's my question: is why now, not then?
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am shocked that the member opposite doesn't understand the gravity of the situation right now. The Liberal government did act, and the former Minister of Health did table a bill when it looked like there could be a problem, particularly with respect to pandemic preparedness, shortages in flu vaccine, in Tamiflu, and those. So the bill was tabled, and at that time, even the former Conservative member was the former chair of the Health Committee, actually supported the bill at that time. It is the ultimate of hypocrisy to say, how come you didn't do then what clearly needs to be done now? It has been the political climate in the United States, the pressure from ARP, the pressure from the bills before the Congress, and indeed the endorsement of all presidential candidates now that puts the drug supply in Canada under severe risk, and Canadians at severe risk of the kind of counterfeit drugs that would come to backfill the shortages. The price of the Canadian dollar is indeed different, but the idea that we in Canada have for 15 years properly controlled the price of patent medicines in this country is really the risk that even today the costs of patent medicines are very much cheaper in Canada than in the United States, and there's still incentive for Americans to import cheaper drugs for Canada. Or, please, why would the Senate and the Congress of the United States still be wanting to do this, as the member would suggest, if indeed the problem was just the price of the Canadian dollar? This is a huge threat to our country. We need this minister and this government to act, and I don't think Canadians are too amused by the hypocrisy of saying the previous Liberal government did nothing when we actually tabled a bill that this government is so stubborn that it refuses to bring forward, even though they know it's necessary.
Resuming debate, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to take this opportunity to outline some of the key factors in consideration with respect to the cross-border drug sales. But first, let me just touch on some of the comments the member just made. The peak of the cross-border drug sales occurred many years before that bill that you're referring to was tabled. And if the previous government was really serious about dealing with the issue, they would have dealt with it at that time. And the political climate in the United States is actually quite contrary to what the member is suggesting, because there's very little likelihood that that bill will actually pass. But let me go into some other aspects. I hope to usefully inform the honourable members as to the current status of the issue and how and to what extent this affects the interests of Canadians. Let me begin by saying that the sale of Canadian prescription drugs to Americans is by no means a new practice. For years, a limited number of Americans in border states have crossed into Canada to obtain prescription drugs from Canadian physicians so that they can fill their prescriptions at lower Canadian prices. This activity is referred to as cross-border foot traffic. Until recently, the number of individuals purchasing drugs from Canada was limited by the physical distance between the U.S. patient's place of residence and our clinics and pharmacies, not to speak of the need to cross the border. This foot traffic has been relatively stable at about $500 million a year. In contrast to foot traffic, cross-border internet pharmacy transactions are a relatively new phenomenon, ushered in with the advent of internet commerce. The introduction of the use of internet to facilitate prescription drug sales significantly lessened the importance of border as a barrier to trade. Internet pharmacy transactions went through an initial rapid growth and then a dramatic recent decline. The sales volumes were small in 2001 at about $70 million, but grew tremendously to $840 million per year in 2004, when the Liberals were in power, and growing at a rate of over 1,100%. Combined with border foot traffic, total sales to the U.S. amounted to approximately $1.35 billion in 2004. The majority of the Internet industry has been concentrated in the western provinces, particularly in Manitoba. In 2004, Manitoba accounted for nearly $400 million in annual Internet sales, representing close to half of the industry's business. Other provinces with a strong industry presence have included Ontario, British Columbia, and Alberta. These four provinces have consistently combined to account for more than 95% of the Internet pharmacy activity. As well, at its peak, it has been estimated that the Internet pharmacy industry had been a source of employment to up to 4,500 people. Internet pharmacy sales peaked in 2004 at a value of $840 million, but annual sales have decreased by 25% from 2004 to 2005, and a further reduction of about 50% in 2006, and presumably another huge reduction given the rapid appreciation of the Canadian dollar. The drop in sales volume is due to many factors, including the introduction of a drug benefit for seniors under the U.S. Medicare program. The decline in sales has been most pronounced in Manitoba, originally the largest volume Internet pharmacy province. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that when the Internet drug sales to the U.S. were at their peak in 2004, there was no evidence of any impact on the Canadian supply. It is not unreasonable to think that a three-quarter drop in sales would equate to a similar drop in the potential impact on the Canadian supply. But some members are suggesting that the risk to Canadian supply is rising. Mr. Speaker, this is very difficult to understand. Cross-border drug sales, including both Internet and foot traffic sales, now amount to about $700 million per year. At the peak of the Internet sales, the total sales volume was $1.3 billion. In the meantime, proposed U.S. legislation to legalize import drugs, bulk imports in particular, has the potential to have an impact on the volume of drug exports from Canada to the United States. But for reasons that I will explain in a moment, it is, I believe, highly unlikely that that situation will materialize. In evaluating the risks for the Canadian supply, it is useful to have a good understanding of the underlying drivers of cross-border drug sales in the United States. The primary motivating factor is drug price differentials between the two countries. For patented drugs, Canadian prices can range from 35 to 55% below those paid by Americans. This is in large part due to the fact that Canada, we have legislated the price of patented drugs. The Federal Patented Medicine and Review Board was created in 1987 under the Brian Mulroney government with the Patent Act, with a regulatory mandate of ensuring that the patented drug prices in Canada are not excessive. Combine our lower prices with those Americans who have only partial or no drug insurance, and you have a market. There's also interest from smaller drug plans without significant negotiating power with drug manufacturers. However, overall demand has been reduced dramatically in the last couple of years. This is primarily due to the U.S. introduction of the Medicare Act Part D, which provides drug benefits for seniors and other, such as disabled Americans, which previously were underinsured or uninsured. State governments and many municipalities are also involved. Drug importation is effectively prohibited under U.S. federal law, with the exception of a 90-day personal import provision. But despite the legal considerations, the import option has received significant support from state and municipal governments. A number of states have considered, or in some cases actually pursued, some sort of state-facilitated drug import program. That said, the activity seems to have also been moderated by Medicare drug benefits. In the case of municipalities, The interest has been either on the behalf of their own municipal employees or residents at large. Many of these initiatives have been launched despite warnings from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration of possible contraventions of federal law. Clearly, this level of interest in drug imports would not exist if Americans were not facing the twin problem of high drug prices and inadequate or non-existent drug coverage. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe that any concern about impact on Canadian drug supply needs to be balanced with calm and considered examination of the situation. First, the Americans are looking at solving this issue domestically. Second, the number of factors that have combined dramatically to reduce the volume of internet-based cross-border drug sales, including the Medicare Part D and the rising Canadian dollar. Third, reports of prescription drugs via internet are officially not permitted in the United States, and we have not seen the floodgates open as a result. In fact, there's been a sharp decline in the last quarter of 2006, 20% of these cross-border shipments due to U.S. Customs. And fourthly, despite recent changes in the marking up of the U.S. Congress, we are a long way from bill being legalized on bulk exports being approved by the White House without such a bill, including major implementations to actual imports and practice. So, in other words, the White House does not support the importation of drugs, and therefore that bill would have very little chance of passing. Mr. Speaker, Canadian drug supply is safe. There's no danger in the short, medium, or long term. This bill is not necessary, and I therefore do not support it.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for St. Paul's for her remarks. I understand that the bill being introduced today is aimed at creating limits on and bans on medications under Schedules D and F under the Food and Drugs Act. Right now, there is no ban under those schedules.
The bill has two specific objectives. One, to restrict importation of drugs in the appendix, as I mentioned beforehand. And these types of imports should be banned from Canada. In addition, the second objective of this bill is to make it an offense to export drugs. Bill C-378 is an insurance policy on bulk exports of drugs should there ever be a scarcity of medications in Canada. In order to understand the whole issue of drug exportations, we have to look at the way prices are set for these drugs. In the United States, we know that prices are set by pharmaceutical laboratories. They are free to set their prices, and the Bush administration, under lobbyist pressure, has tried to deal with the pharmaceutical industry. But in Canada, with the exception of Quebec, it's the Patented Medicine Prices Review Board, created in 1987 under the Patent Act, that sets the maximum price that can be charged for a drug. In order to protect consumers' interests, this board, the PMPRB, ensures that the prices asked by pharmaceutical companies are not exorbitant. In Quebec, we have our own process for reviewing the price of drugs. The drug policy ensures that Quebec pays a fair and reasonable price for drugs. we can now ask ourselves the following question. What explains the gap between the price in Canada and the United States, prompting Americans to want to buy drugs from Canada? Well, with our review board prices, the prices are 33% less expensive for the identical price in the U.S. The price of exported drugs is paid by Americans, but it fluctuates according to the cost of Canadian currency. When the Canadian dollar is strong or high, it's less profitable to export drugs to Americans. So I would deduce that the Canadian dollar is very strong right now, so this would have an impact. How can we ensure the security of our supplies here in Canada? This has become an important trade for Canada because the Americans who are profiting by our lower prices, and they try to get their supplies here in Canada to the tune of $37 billion. According to the Order of Pharmacists in Quebec, the drug market online represents more than $2 billion per year in Canada. Although all Canadian pharmacies must respect Canadian legislation, our laws are not tight everywhere. If the federal government can, while the federal government can legislate export, it's the provinces that are responsible for regulating pharmacies. In Quebec, it's the College of Doctors and the College of Pharmacists. Hence, this business is particularly lucrative in Manitoba, where they have more flexible laws governing the pricing of goods. About 20% of the pharmacies in Manitoba are involved in the business of exporting drugs to the United States. According to the same source, most of the pharmacies in Canada that sell to the United States are found in Manitoba. We had a caution from the Canadian Pharmaceutical Association that said the following, and I quote, "Canada must protect itself, must protect our supply of Canadian drugs. If the Americans choose to adopt a new legislation, transport or shopping of drugs is part of the conservative program. We must take action after the adoption of the American legislation and after Canadians
pénurie de médicaments n'est pas une réaction indiquée de la part du gouvernement.
Are facing scarcity of drugs in Canada. The government therefore should take action, and it is preferable that it take action quickly at the first stage. The first stage would be to adopt Bill C-378, end of quote. In Canada, neither the international trade obligations or our domestic law prohibits such exports, but in Quebec and in other provinces, we do have some legislation regarding these exports. In the case of Ontario, they have legislation, but I would prefer to focus on what's done in Quebec. As in other fields, Quebec is a step ahead when it comes to selling and controlling drugs, and the province has taken drugs to prevent inline sales to American clients. According to the pharmacy law in Quebec, according to this legislation, the pharmacist cannot sell prescription drugs when the prescription is not governed by Canadian or Quebec legislation. They can only fill orders that are prescribed in Quebec. In order to fill a prescription for a patient, a doctor in Quebec must have first assessed the patient, made a diagnosis, come up with a prescribed treatment, and have provided information with the patient's consent. Already, Quebec doctors have been supported by doctors have lost their jobs in Quebec for having sold drugs to Americans that they have never met. I have with me an article written in La Presse, which gives the name of these 4 doctors who were fined $25,000, and they were disbarred, if you like, for 6 months for having broken the Quebec legislation. I was very surprised to see the name of a doctor from my writing on this list. He used an internet site, myprescription.com. This is a cyber pharmacy website. While a doctor in Quebec cannot countersign a prescription from another doctor without respecting the conditions governing the prescription, a Quebec doctor who does countersign an American prescription could be charged with fines, not only in Quebec but also in the United States. As far as inline buying is concerned, we already have the tools to protect ourselves, and we also can ensure that pharmacists prescribe properly. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc position is that we are in favor of the principle governing Bill C-378, an act to amend. This act is a response to the potential scarcity of drug stocks in Canada. Although there is no immediate scarcity, we do have to take preventive steps should such a scenario occur by restricting drug exports according to the rules and very serious criteria, so that we avoid any unfortunate situations from occurring. This will, and we also need to take steps to protect ourselves from any increases. We have a mechanism based on well-tested policies, so I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your attention.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak to this bill, which is aimed at protecting the Canadian pharmaceutical supply from bulk exports south of the border. Obviously, Canadians need to have a secure supply of the pharmaceuticals that we need in this country. That's not to say that we don't understand that the healthcare system south of the border leaves much to be improved upon. There are, of course, more than 50 million Americans who have no healthcare coverage. There are many other Americans who have substandard coverage in the sense that they think they're covered for healthcare insurance, and then when they become ill, they find out that their hospital stay or their drug coverage is not there to protect them. So certainly we understand the need. Americans have been facing very high drug prices, and that's why Canadian pharmaceuticals have been appealing to Americans who have been taking access or making access of bulk exports of Canadian pharmaceuticals. But we certainly don't want to be locked into a path where the security of supply for export supersedes the security of supply for Canadians. And clearly we need a policy which ensures that when Canadians need pharmaceutical drugs, whether it's for catastrophic care, whether it's for an epidemic of some kind, a pandemic, that we have the security of drugs that we need. And for Americans, while we recognize their situation, Canadian bulk drug exports are not the solution. And my colleague who introduced this bill has explained that there are many drawbacks to relying on Canadian bulk exports, such as the scarcity of some ingredients that limit the amount of supply that can be created for some drugs, that many of them are time dated, and so they cannot just be sitting in a warehouse somewhere stockpiled in case they might be needed by by our neighbors south of the border. And we know what happens in a time of scarcity. Coming from Toronto during the SARS crisis a few years ago, when there was a great deal of panic about the cause of the epidemic and great concern about how people could protect themselves from the spread of this disease. Then, and I think in general in a situation like this, there is always the danger of hoarding, and people will do what they think is in their best interest to protect themselves and their families, and some people also stockpile because they think, or hoard because they think that then they can make some business from this situation. So we want to make sure that if there is a situation of crisis, that Canadians have the access to the drug supply that they need. Now, we also know that there have been problems with the counterfeiting of medications, and our border inspectors don't inspect every shipment. They don't open every shipment that goes across the border. I've heard the figure of 1% of shipments being actually physically inspected. It does then leave open the possibility of counterfeiting, which not only endangers the health of Americans, it also diverts production that could be put to beneficial use rather than counterfeit use. So I believe it is important to safeguard Canadian supply and to avert going down the path where we open ourselves or our neighbors to the south to the risks of bulk drug exports. And Canada, the government of Canada must do what is necessary in order to ensure that Canadians are protected. Mr. Speaker, I do also, though, want to speak about drug coverage here in Canada, because while Americans may think we have a more desirable situation here because of lower drug prices, primarily through generic brand pharmaceuticals, we also have a problem with drug prices on this side of the border. Drug patent laws have been giving brand name pharmaceutical companies more and more patent protection over the years. This government extended patent protection now up to 8 years for brand name drugs, which will see hundreds of millions of more dollars of costs added to our pharmaceutical costs here in Canada. We also have the problem of evergreening of drugs under patent protection, which has not been addressed. And what it means is higher drug costs for Canadians. And they're so costly that, in fact, many Canadians simply cannot afford to have their prescriptions filled as it stands today. And it just adds to the financial stress that many Canadian families are under when you can imagine the situation of someone who goes to a drugstore, they have a prescription to be filled, they find out the price, and they simply cannot afford to have that prescription filled in order to help them regain their health. So it is time in Canada for a national universal drug plan to promote better health for Canadians without breaking the bank for them. And we have an opportunity, while we have surplus budgets, surplus funds federally, if we don't give it all away to the banks and the oil companies, to actually invest in Canadians, to pool our resources, to bulk purchase drugs for Canadians. And we can do that through a universal pharmaceutical program. We have seen with our universal health care program, with our Medicare program, that our costs are far below costs south of the border by pooling our resources and making sure that everyone is covered rather than leaving too many people behind. We've seen that this government dropped its promise to deal with wait times when it comes to health care. That has been a shameful oversight, and here's an opportunity for them to introduce something positive with respect to health care, and that is a national pharmacare program. So I think that securing our supply for Canadians, making sure that we're not exporting drugs south of the border that could jeopardize supply here in Canada, that's an important step, but I believe a more fundamental, a more important step, a more necessary step for Canadians is to ensure that all Canadians have access to the pharmaceutical drugs that they need, that we keep costs down as a country, and Mr. Speaker, I believe that a national pharmacare program is long overdue, and it would make a huge difference for Canadian families. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is about one simple thing, Mr. Speaker. It's meeting the needs of Canadians who want to be secure and want to feel secure that their prescription drugs and vaccines are there for Canadians. Let me re-emphasize that, Mr. Speaker. This bill is talking about security of supply of drugs and vaccines for Canadians. Now, I'm not going to go into a lot of the technical detail of this bill. The Member of Parliament for St. Paul went to fairly great length to explain some of the technical detail of the bill, and I'll more talk about it in layman's terms. But I do want to congratulate the member for St. Paul for bringing forward this bill, because she was a previous Minister of Public Health, and so understands the needs of Canadians on the ground. She is a medical doctor, and so she knows firsthand how important it is in terms of Canadians to be able to get not only the drugs, but the most recent drugs, the most effective drugs, in terms of meeting Canadians' needs. And that's what this bill is all about, is meeting Canadians' needs. But just the only thing I want to say on the bill, Mr. Speaker, is this, that Bill C-38, it is really about Canada cannot become America's drugstore. And by amending the Food and Drugs Act, this legislation will protect Canadians. The bill would amend the Food and Drugs Act to prohibit the export of drugs set out in Schedules D and F to the Food and Drug Regulations, which is vaccines and prescription drugs, except as permitted under the regulations. The bill would make it an offence under the Food and Drugs Act to export prescription drugs in prohibited circumstances. The exporter would be liable on summary conviction to a fine of up to $50,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, and on conviction by indictment to a fine of up to $250,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, this bill will push the Canadian government to stand up for Canadians. It's something they very seldom do. I mean, we've heard in the House today how they're not standing up for a Canadian citizen who is facing execution in the United States because they're using the excuse that a democratic decision was made in the United States. Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have always stood up for human rights. That's why we're respected around the world. And tell me, how can this government go to China and talk about human rights anymore when they're allowing a Canadian citizen to be executed in the United States? And that may be a little different story, Mr. Speaker, than this particular drug and vaccine issue, but it's all about standing up for Canadians, and this government is failing to do it. And in terms of opposing this bill, they're clearly not standing up for Canadians. Rather than just allowing trade in the exportation of drugs that will enhance American health and ignore the security for Canadians, to be absolutely sure that they have available the necessary drugs, this government is opposing that. You know, I was shocked, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. I was shocked at the great length he went to say, but the White House is opposed to the importation of drugs, and therefore we really don't need to deal with it. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, if they would just look a little beyond President George Bush, I know they love to hug him and love him, but, Mr. Speaker, if they just look a little beyond President George Bush to the presidential candidates for the next presidency, they would find that most of them are supporting the importation of drugs into the United States, of Canadian drugs, because they're cheaper. And the fact of the matter is, you can understand why those presidential candidates are doing that, Mr. Speaker, because the American health care system doesn't work. It doesn't work. Over 40 million people don't have access to health care, and it would be a great cover for the Americans to be able to import cheap drugs, to assist cheap Canadian drugs, even if it shorted Canadians in terms of their supply, to kind of cover up the failures of their own health care system. And this new government, Mr. Speaker, this new government would, there's no question, this new government would stand by idly and risk the drug supply for Canadians. So this bill is basically challenging that government, you know, the companion of George Bush, challenging that government to actually stand up to Canadians for a change and protect their supply of drugs and vaccines. You know, I have to ask this question, Mr. Speaker. How often do we have to have Canadians subsidize the United States? You know, United States are great friends. I spend a fair number of time down there. And they're our greatest trading partner. But, you know, I think every Canadian's bothered when they learn that, you know, that in terms of oil and gas, we're exporting oil and gas to the United States, a great Canadian resource. And what it's being used for in the United States, it's a cheaper supply. It's subsidizing their industrial plants so their industrial plant can compete against Canadian industrial plants with cheap Canadian industry, energy. You know, why do we always have to be basically more supportive of the United States economy than in terms of our own? And now this government is going to put Canadians at risk by not being proactive and supporting Bill C-378. Oh, and some will argue, Mr. Speaker, as they always do, they always use the trade agreements as a great crutch. And you know, they'll argue, but this will violate the trade rules. Well, I'm saying to the Government of Canada, if the trade rules don't make sense for Canadians, then they have to be challenged. And if this bill means there has to be a challenge to the trade rules, then let's challenge the trade rules. That would only make sense, Mr. Speaker, because then you're standing up for Canadians. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary raised a number of points. He basically said there's no imminent drug shortage, and the United States Congress has not adopted legislation to legalize the bulk importation of drugs. True for the moment, Mr. Speaker. But why can't we be proactive? The fact of the matter is the government should be proactive by banning bulk exports to the United States rather than waiting until after shortages of prescription drugs and medications occur. As a coalition of Canadian pharmacists, distributors, and patients said in a letter to the Health Minister on January 12th, and I quote, "We believe it is incumbent on the Government of Canada to respond proactively to this threat with actions driven by a commitment to prevent harm and protect the public interest." End of quote. Why will the Government of Canada not listen to Canadians, to pharmacists, to distributors, to patients and be proactive. These people are concerned. Instead, as the parliamentary secretary, he takes his advice from the White House. That is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. He also talked about the internet pharmacy sales having decreased significantly in the past 2 years. Mr. Speaker, you really can't be sure of that. It's difficult to determine the extent of internet sales to the United States because many of them, Mr. Speaker, are being made offshore. And so I guess the bottom line in closing, Mr. Speaker, is this. This bill is all about protecting the security of the drug and vaccine supply and medications for Canadians. The Canadian government should be proactive in terms of supporting this bill, even if it means they have to stand up against the United States in terms of their agenda and their wishes. This government should stand up for Canadians, be proactive, and should support this bill to ensure that that protection is there. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells is recognized for 10 minutes, of which there will only be 3 today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today on behalf of the constituents of Fleetwood Port Kells to participate in the debate on Bill 378. This bill has been proposed as a response to developments in the United States. I think it is important that we understand the U.S. situation before deciding how to address it. This proposed U.S. legislation to legalize drug imports is motivated by shortcomings in the American healthcare system. These deficiencies have left a sizable number of Americans exposed to unmanageable prescription drug costs. As Canadians, we value social supports and health care that seeks to be inclusive of all Canadians. So while we are not unsympathetic to the issue of Americans without drug insurance, I think we can agree that importation of Canadian sourced drugs is simply not an adequate solution. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about the important role that prescription drugs play in our healthcare system. There can be no denying that drugs have brought tremendous healthcare advances that benefit all Canadians. However, in addition to protecting an adequate supply for Canadians, we must also be vigilant in ensuring that costs remain manageable. In recent years, drug costs have accounted for an increasingly large portion of expenditures in the Canadian healthcare system, with expenditures growing faster than any other component of healthcare. Drugs are now the second largest expenditure in our healthcare system. According to Canadian Institute of Health Information, total expenditures on prescribed and non-prescribed drugs in Canada is estimated to have exceeded $25 billion in 2006. This includes public and private insurance as well as out-of-pocket expenditures. Spending on prescribed drugs in 2006 was estimated at more than $21 billion. This represents almost 84% of total drug expenditure and is nearly 20% more than in 1985. Spending on all drugs in 2006 amounted to an estimated 17% of total health expenditures in Canada, outstripping what we spend on doctors. That said, Canadian patented prescription drug prices are in line with other major industrialized countries, except...
It is with regret that I interrupt the honourable member, but the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. When Bill C-378 comes back for study, there will be 7 minutes left to the honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells. Comme il est 14h30.
It is 2:30. The House is adjourned until Tuesday, November 13th, 2007 at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 28-2 and 24-1.